Yeah, yeah. Well,
Did you
actually,
get
what's going
to
on?
40 millimeters, 40 inches of snow? You snowed in?
Yeah, it was got 40 inches of snow. We
I
had
know
a
it's
lot in the Northeast. Yeah. But
is your city like on lockdown?
yeah, I don't know. I'll go outside.
You're on lockdown, voluntary.
The way I like it. All right, guys. Talking.
I think. Well,
Lactoid wants to talk. Lactoid, hey you.
Привет! Здравствуйте, мой друг. The music's still going.
What's wrong with that?
It's very loud.
that's their form of
Okay,
protest. They're not going
I'll
to speak
turn it
until the
down.
music.
I'll turn
I'm
it down.
just hearing do 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 as like
Yeah,
it's
that's
too
what it
much.
sounds like. Do 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 do.
That's exactly yeah. That's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, it's too much.
So are you you seem quite committed to this beard.
I got a brush, and it works really good for the beard. It's just like it puts it all where it's got to go.
How long are you going to keep it up, grow this thing?
I've been trimming it constantly. If I hadn't trimmed it at all, it'd be like down here.
Okay, all right. Are you going for like a look?
I don't know. I'm sort of just.
Is
trying
there any
different things.
courtroom regulations of like can't be too scraggly?
Nope. You just unnatural colors and not wearing a suit will get you in a little bit of shape.
Unnatural colors?
Yeah. Now, and that rule has been, was always like, it's been relaxed a lot, but in the past, a judge might get on you, but nowadays, probably not. It's not common.
Yeah. So like, I
Like
so then
blue.
you're saying like a person might be able to like coming out with like a blue beard or some shit like that. However, like I'd imagine most people wouldn't, because that might turn off if it's like especially a jury trial, right? Like, yeah.
Things have gotten more tolerant, but there's still a level of formality, like suits, fancy. Like women can get away with a little bit more than men can, just because there's like more formal clothes options for women than there is for men. Which for men is basically suits and that's it, right? So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like
Still got Nicki Minaj, by the way. She's still gracing my
Oh
wall.
my god.
I'm gonna keep
Well, what are those songs that you listen to of hers again?
Starships. Anaconda.
Okay, that's one.
She also, I didn't think about this. She has that that feature in that one, what is it, DNCE song, "Cake by the Ocean." Really good song. She raps in that. So.
Okay. I guess that's 2.5 songs that you know.
I mean, you got to be a really big fan to know the songs that she starred in. Like, not even that she was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Starred in. Is that what they call it? Is that what they call in the music business?
I think so. Feature.
Starship
Featuring.
starring
There
Nicki
you go.
Minaj.
There you go.
Super Bass starring Nicki Minaj.
Super Bass is all right. It's a little bit too
Super Bass is good.
cheerful for my taste, but
Too cheerful. What? I guess.
yeah, I like
the Judas
depressing
Priest
songs.
fan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or like aggressive kind of metal kind of. That's good.
I really need to get like a discography or something, or playlist, I guess, maybe
Yeah.
for you.
I also like rap.
Um,
Hip hop is really really cool. I think I told you about this. I for a long time was following like underground rap battles, like King of the Dot, Grind
Yeah,
Time,
that's
all
true.
that stuff. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was It's similar to debating actually.
Yeah, but like, is your taste in rap similar to your taste in like heavy metal, in that like it has to be aggressive?
Yes.
Or
I only listen to the white rappers. It's identical. No, no, it can be the only kind of rap I don't like, and this is similar to with metal, if it's like really, really distorted, like rah, 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 like that kind of thing. With the metal, I don't like it, and then there's some rap for a while where that was the case, and I wasn't a big fan of that. But otherwise, pretty broad. Eminem, of course, the best rapper of all time.
Well, when you say metal, so I
Tyson
know
James is really good.
you wear Iron Maiden t-shirts, and
I do like
obviously
Iron
you're a Judas Priest fan.
But like all white guys wear Iron Maiden t-shirts. Like all white guys.
Wait,
in
I don't
their
wear
20s and
Iron Maiden
30s.
t-shirts, but like what other
Metallica's a little bit overrated, but they're good.
are they still considered metal these days?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Living Color, as I brought up the other time before, they really had they were sort of a one-hit wonder, but it's one of my favorite songs of all time. Cult of Personality.
I'll have to look that up. I don't. Yeah.
It's great. System of a Down, of course. I'm pretty sure that's metal. They're a little bit. There's kind of like an Armenian metal to it, but it's good.
Classic.
Yeah. Tool. We all like Tool, right? Although that's much more on the grungier side, but it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds
No, Tool's overrated.
They might be slightly overrated, but they're still like that song that they have sober is really, really good. Really good. Oh, and David Bowie, despite the fact he did shit with kids.
What?
His music.
How?
He was incredible. He's an incredible musician.
Which song are you talking about?
So Ziggy Stardust is incredible.
Exactly. No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. You don't even hold on. You don't even know.
Are you like a secret homosexual?
You're fucking with me right now. You don't even know.
honest,
No, it's
you've
no
never heard of
secret, Doobie.
You've never heard of
It's all
it.
known.
No,
I have-
hold on. I have heard of it. I have
look
heard
at
of
the
it.
boobs. I
I've
can't
seen
be
him perform it on
homosexual.
stage.
It's all a
Well,
front.
well,
Yeah,
you overcome
no
that.
no
Oh,
heterosexual
front.
person has
True.
ever put on any sort of front. Never
Mm.
happens in the Republican
Yeah.
Party.
Uh,
Yeah, Lacto, you're sus
I would be
now.
open. If I was gay and I pushed that, I'd probably be fucking at CPAC right now. They are looking for those people to fill the
Okay,
ranks.
no, he's right.
I would definitely play into that for sure.
good point.
What is it? There's another song. It's just on the tip of my tongue. I know it's literally playing in my head right now. Major Tom.
Okay.
Great song.
All right. Oh. Interesting. Look into our friend
Major Tom,
Lactoids.
oh my God.
I've also been into this is and kind of related to the topic a little bit. I've been really into AI music lately.
That brings up something I wanted
Actually,
to.
yeah. Yeah. I
Go
agree.
ahead. You first, Tubi.
Yeah, Suno is
No,
crazy.
so I don't know if I sent it to you, Lacto, but there's a it's like a kind of blues jazz version of an Eminem song. Actually, I think you'd like it.
Yeah.
And it's really it's better than the original. It's really fucking good, and it sounds like a human. It's great. I'll find it. I'll post it in chat for you.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
People
I also
like
I made an anti-Ukraine one. I'll send it to you. It's really good.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
What was your prompt?
I don't remember. It was in a couple weeks. No, I've been making a bunch of them, and no, they're really cool. I made one about Don Lemon getting arrested called "Lemon on the Line," really good. I made one about Ukraine. I made one about
It's
obsession.
not while you're working, right? In the courtroom.
I mean, it's an AI prompt. I can just. Anyway, I made one about capturing the evils of, or the dangers, I guess, of parasocial obsession. That was fun. For somebody I play piano, but that's about it, and I do karaoke, and that's about it. That's not enough to make a full song, especially not within 20 seconds, which with these AI programs you could just do. It's crazy, and it's not bad. Some people are trying to convince me that it's bad. It's got no spirit to it. It's not that bad. It's probably better than 80% of all musicians right now.
Yeah, I don't know. You could listen to a thing I just posted and say that there's no spirit to it. It sounds like a dude who's seen some shit in his life. Okay, it's fucking great.
It's getting crazy. We're gonna hit the point where we're just gonna replace everybody. It's crazy. There is a song, all over YouTube. There's an AI song. It's the Charlie Kirk song, but sung in old Soviet glory music. Very good. There's a song about George Floyd. I mean, there's everything. There's everything out there. It's very fascinating.
Yeah, so I'm glad you brought this up. Because I was gonna thank Scott for something, but Scott, I guess, is
It doesn't
busy.
like your background music.
Well, no, wait. He's waiting for the music to stop. Literally, he said it in the Discord.
I didn't hear that.
He actually said it?
But,
Yeah. He actually said that.
Yeah. So
We know how to silence it. That's a tool. That's a tactic you need to use from now
oh my
on.
god, yeah. Get to mute him. But yeah, so like I was going to thank Scott for but before I go into this, hey, am I pointing at Scott right now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you are.
I was unsure. Okay. But yeah, so I was going to thank Scott because like a long time ago, Scott or a few weeks ago in which way, Scott like sent me this music channel, right? And it was it was like a lo-fi type of channel, like a lo-fi funk type thing, and it's just good. Like it's it's like good background music, right? And like he had been saying that he was using it whenever he was like working, trying to like stay focused, and I've been doing the same thing, and so it was just fantastic. But the point that I'm getting to here is that like it took me a while before I realized it was AI music, right? Because like the volume of music coming from this fucking channel, there's no way, right? And it's like none of it's accredited or anything. Like it has to be. Like the lo-fi channel, like the Lo-Fi Girls channel, it credits all its music.
A lot of lo-fi
but this one,
AI.
Yeah, and it's such an easy category to do it with, right? Especially since there's no voices involved. So in any case, like once I realized that, like it just like solidified this idea I've been saying for like a long time, that like art doesn't like AI music or AI art in general it doesn't have to be excellent, right? It just has to be good enough. And like that's more than enough, right? Like for all these jobs, that's why Fiverr got like decimated, right? When access to these LLMs came out, because like yeah, I mean I could pay more money for this, but like this is just like good enough, right? It gets the job done and I can use the work immediately, right? And for free. And so it's amazing. So I hear you in terms of that. Like I haven't listened to your AI music there. I don't know if it's
music.
like
Some of it's really good.
okay. Yeah. So I don't know whether I would say like it's better than quote unquote 80%. I guess it depends on who you're talking about, right? 80% of anyone who's ever touched an instrument,
I'm including
then
like
yes.
garage bands in with all that and like all like the
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Then that's probably a fair assessment. And so like it's interesting to see like how this is going to shift the marketplace, right? Like I think a lot of people who might have like given this a try, right? And like gotten some like residual money out of like Spotify or whatever, right? Now they might be locked out of the market because there's like, especially now, Spotify is being flooded with AI music, right? And so those people, those other people might be locked out, which might be a good thing or a bad thing, because there might be some artists who just needed the time to improve their craft, and then they could have been superstars, but they may never show up. So there is that. Yeah, I'm curious as to like not just in terms of music, how all these industries will like adjust to like this very cheap or free work coming in. Who can survive this?
My curiosity is AI music specifically going to replace all music, or is there still going to be, just by virtue of there being humans involved, is there going to be an interest in Hello? Can you hear me okay?
In what?
No.
Hello, can you hear me?
You're glitching.
cut out.
I lagged out. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We can
Is
hear
there
you
going to
now.
be interest in like human music as a form of like human expression, as a form of like human competition? because to me, like, it seems so obvious, like, yeah, this is going to replace everybody, and it still might, right? But then I also started thinking, like, I'm a big chess fan. I like playing chess, and there's been chess bots that have been able to beat anybody for a long time now, right? Like, that was one of the pretty early on. That was kind of very rudimentary AI that was able just to crush top pros, because it's all patterns and algorithms and stuff by virtue of the game. But we still watch. I mean, the pros still play. There's people who still watch them. They're still interested in seeing
I
how
think
the humans
human chess
play.
is bigger than ever.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
and
sure.
that's despite and nobody's watching two bots play, because that's no fun, right? I don't care. I'm interested in seeing the pros play, even if they are worse than the robots. Is music going to be like that, or is it going to be kind of go maybe like a different route, like I don't know, like logo design, which has been almost entirely replaced by AI at this point.
I don't know.
I
suspect
think
live
that-
performances are going to take off even
So
more
I
than they
think-
are now.
Yeah. So I think that to like buttress your point, right? Like I like watching rather than chess. Like I'll use the example of video games because I'm not a fucking nerd. In video games and fighting games, right? You'll always have the option of just having the computer fight, right? You can just like watch their battles, but the exact same thing. People decided or people like didn't just like leave that on, right? Because at some point, like it might be fun for a little bit, but then you want to see like the actual drama and like in the test of skill, and that tends to be interesting. So now you have like on Twitch and on YouTube and all these platforms like these huge like video game tournaments, right? Not just for fighting games, but for anything, right? Like yes, you could have bots doing that, but like all right, like bot 32E F ampersand 1, like okay, whatever.
That's an
right?
amazing storyline. So much drama.
Amazing story. Yeah, and I think this also counts for this also counts for music and all that, right? Like that. Even though I'm actually with you and Doobie Lactoid, right? When you say that like you can at least imitate like soul or whatever, right, within music, right, and that people can't tell the difference. I know people definitely can't necessarily tell the difference, but in the end, right, when people are looking to connect with an artist, which many people are, right, trying to connect with a person's specific vision, that's not going to be replaced by an AI like that. I don't see happening. But like to get hits on the radio, yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, this is for people who care about like getting to know the artist. But the more and more we get to know the artist, the more and more we realize these people are pieces of shit, and we don't want to know them anymore, anyways. So if these computers can keep putting out slaps, bro, I remember last year was like AI Drake, the Ghostwriter Drake, like the Drake AI was putting out they were all hits. They were all hits. So I mean, yeah, to Corey's point, like, or maybe even to your point, Prime, live artistry will probably take off, and people will have like a different appreciation for that. But I've honestly been like considering if you could get like enough good visuals, right? People go to like raves and they go to like music festivals all the time, and the DJ, you don't see the DJ, you just see the visuals that they have in the background. Why wouldn't people come out with like a group like the Gorillaz and then just focus on an insane visual on a huge screen? You could do that all with AI and it would be great. And there would still be an artist behind it, right? It just wouldn't be their voice but it'd be their idea. That is an artist. That is like artistry behind it, technically, right? To an extent, the prompt still has to be written correctly.
Like, I think if you had like a, like some kind of setup where this AI is obviously it's been trained and it's been given some kind of personality, and it's generating music live, and then it's generating the visuals live, and it's interacting with the audience live, I think people would fucking love that, right? So you're getting a totally original song made specifically for the audience that's in front of it. It's reacting to the audience, and it's generating it all in real time. I think people will love that.
I'm sure there's an audience for it. For
Well,
sure.
well, they'd want to sing along to like the song. That's the only issue with like
if you're like
new
at a rave or
releases.
something, no, I don't think so. I think that's the kind of crowd I'm talking about, right? So like if you went
Yeah,
to
like a rave
like these kind of
music,
EDM,
Oh, like
people,
a
yeah,
music
they would fucking
festival
love that.
type.
No.
Yeah, the electronic
You
music
ever seen
festival types. Yeah.
You ever seen those things they put out where it's like the DJ, the guy in the front, is like a big ass robot in the back hitting the screen
Mhm.
or whatever, like that
Yeah.
kind of shit. But it's like the artist is actually the AI on the
Any
screen.
any excision set.
I think people would like that.
is just a huge screen with like the crazier you get the visuals and the lasers, the better it goes. Like so long as it goes along with the bass, right? That's all that really matters. So yeah, I guess at the end of the day, if you don't really need the people to know the lyrics. You just need people to be okay with the vibe.
That's a good idea. Like if you gave the AI control of all of that, the lighting, everything, and just let it happen in real time, I think that'd be really cool, actually.
Yeah. I mean, well, DB, you should probably invest in that. That sounds actually a pretty interesting moneymaker there. Yeah, I like. So, like, again, I haven't listened to the song that Doobie sent to us, right? Like, and I'm interested in it. But again, this idea that this thing can't have soul or it can't be like touching, right? Like once the art is out there, right, without any prior knowledge to like the song, right, or if not any obvious signs of like of AI inaccuracies, right, like people just like take in art, right? They just take in a piece, and then they feel emotions about it, right? So like take whatever art, like the track that DB just sent us, right? Put that 20 years in the future, right? Separated from everything, right? And who Eminem, who the hell is that, right? But I heard this song, and it sounds pretty dope, and then I like it, right? And if you have a human reaction from it, like I guess it's just as good in that point. And artists really don't like to hear this. Anthony Fantano, who I like, really does not like to hear this.
Who is Anthony Fan? Maybe I'm just ignorant.
He's a big YouTube music reviewer.
Music reviewer, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean,
He's a good guy.
like, I'm sure. But in my mind, like the music landscape has already like changed pretty dramatically. Obviously, with streaming and all that stuff. But like, actually, this question was posed to me from one of the content creators that I watch that are also like do music stuff. But like, so like artists now like are understandably concerned about AI more or less like replacing all human-made music. But like, can anybody name like a band, a popular band that has formed the last like 20 years? And say band like a full like drums and guitar type of thing. It's all like I think individual artists now. Can anybody
It's
name
beat
like
producers? Yeah, it's some type of beat producer, and then
yeah? So can
there's-
anybody
it's
name
all-
a popular
it's
band
all
that has formed
samples.
in the past like 20 years? I can't, but I might just be ignorant.
More, but I feel like no, they've been around for more than 20 years. I feel like I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, you're right. It's all like some kind of individual, like a personality, some kind of front person, and then the band is kind of irrelevant.
yeah,
the
exactly.
other
Like,
issue is
and just to sort of finish my point of like I don't actually know for sure, but given that, I assume for like a drummer or a guitar player like looking to start a band, or a group of people looking to start a band, like that's more or less gone. That's not an opportunity for you, unless like I don't know, you do something really amazing.
well, there's jam bands and indie bands and shit. There's
Yeah, but I'm talking about like
it's just
actually
they're
it has
not
become main. That's the whole point of like I'm pretty sure like the top whatever 10 artists on the Billboard, it's all just individual artists, and you don't.
Yeah.
Like, Taylor Swift has a band. Does anybody know who plays in Taylor Swift's band?
Mm-mm.
Sabrina Carpenter has a band. Who
Well,
plays?
we used to not know who the producers were. Now we don't. Now we know every single producer, and now we're getting to the point where we're
no,
getting
producers
to,
were
like,
still
to know
like
who the
I agree with
writers
you.
are.
They were not as popular, but
Yeah.
like
No.
they were
Sabrina
definitely-
Carpenter is a solo act. Taylor Swift is a solo act, and then they have music accompanying them. But like, and they might like keep band members around, but they're not like, but they're just like for like live shows or like whatever, right? But
Oh yeah, I agree. I agree
stars.
with you, and I'm
But,
sure.
like, I don't understand your point though.
Like my
that the
point
band
is like
dead.
yeah, the concept of a band, an actual band, is dead.
Imagine Dragons is like a newer
That's
band.
that's over
They were
over
a
20 years
group,
ago.
not
Pretty
a-
sure.
Also, they were a
Imagine
group. They
Dragons.
were,
Oh, okay.
were they
I
a
don't know.
band?
Are they? Oh, I actually I don't know. I thought they played.
I thought it was
instruments.
two dudes singing.
I have no idea actually. So never mind.
But even imagine, even assuming they're a band, I'm pretty sure they formed over 20 years ago.
I'm not deep enough in the
18?
music space.
It was 18 years ago, Corey.
Oh, okay. I could,
Good
yeah,
catch, Lactoid.
blown out, Corey.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Destroyed.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Your entire premise
actually
gone.
Don't know enough. Yeah, I don't know enough about.
Well,
music
Lactoid's
or
into
bands and
bands,
stuff.
right? Yeah. Does he know?
I mean,
No,
Yeah,
he
a
has
good-
Nicki Minaj. I've never seen him have, who do you want at the
She
Super
has
Bowl?
the
Leonard Skinner.
Anacondas.
You wanted Leonard Skinner at the Super Bowl? How
I
come
did
you don't have
not
Leonard
say
Skinner
Leonard. I
this year?
didn't say Leonard Skinner. I said Judas Priest.
Who'd you say? Judas Priest. Sorry, where's their flag in your background?
Judas Priest doesn't have
Uh,
any good songs.
I could. I mean, you're just trying to trigger me right now, but I could probably get
A little
flag.
bit, yeah.
I could probably.
It's my
get a
goal
flag.
when I come here.
Yeah.
Leonard
like
Skinner
I'll
has
reckon
one
with you
good
specifically Lactoid.
Leonard Skinner. Which song is?
Is
which
that
song-
Freebird? Is that the Freebird guys?
Did they do
Is that
Freebird?
them?
I don't
Isn't it
think it's-
them? I'm pretty sure it's them. If it's not them, then they have no good songs. But I'm pretty sure like that's.
No, they
their
should have
only-
been at the
that's
Super
You're
Bowl,
right.
you know?
Freebird is Leonard Skinner. I didn't even fucking.
Yeah, I
know
got
that.
fucked.
Wow.
I'm fucking cultured. Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right. Freebird is actually a really good song. That is a really good song.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the only good
overplayed.
song they have.
But yeah, fair enough. I'm not otherwise a huge Leonard Skinner fan, but Freebird is good. It's kind of the same thing with this is kind of an unpopular take. Kind of the same thing with Guns N' Roses. They only have like one or two good songs. I think everything else is trash.
November Rain.
Yeah, I agree. No, that's a shit. song. What
Welcome
are
to
you
the
talking
Jungle is
about?
good.
Yeah. Welcome to
That and with Sweet Child of Mine, everything else is garbage.
I'm not even
Yeah,
sure I
all
like
that's
Sweet
it.
Child of Mine all
You-
that much.
human component of bands.
like
is, I think being phased out slowly but surely.
Yeah, I don't know. There might be.
And now
AI
AI is coming for the individual artists. It's a matter of
So
time.
wait, no. So the thing about coming for the individual artist, if that's the problem, then one, labels need to stop holding artists from releasing music, because like at this point, artists only put out music like every 3 years. It feels like, if even that. So if there's gonna be this whole like, oh, they're coming for my job, well, no, just outcompete the AI if you can. Put out better music, put out more music. But these people don't put out music because they get to a level of success and then they stop. Like Rihanna's never putting out music again. All right, she's a billionaire off the panties. She's done. She's done. Why would she make another? Why would she get up on stage and
I
sing
feel like
ever
once you
again
hit a
in her life?
billion, yeah, like I'm just fucking around.
I think
at
she was
that
pretty.
point.
Well,
I'm
Beyonce
definitely not a
broke
huge, but
hit
like
a
she was pretty
billion,
productive
and
for
she's-
quite a while. She was like all over the place, like for
Was
I don't
Kanye
know,
a billionaire?
Kanye, yeah,
Beyonce's not
Kanye
a
was
billionaire.
Yeah, he was.
Beyonce,
Or he-
I think
he might still
I
be.
think she is. I believe she
Oh,
is.
based off of what? Based off the marriage to Jay-Z?
Dude,
I don't
Kanye's
know,
still
let's
a
take a look.
billionaire.
Let me take a
Because
look.
like I don't know what like
I could
outside
be
of, like,
wrong. I
obviously
could be
she-
wrong.
Obviously she's
I'll
yeah,
I'll
she's
take the
she's
L.
richer than your average artist. She's a huge artist, but like I don't know if she's like done anything that gets her the billionaire status. Like
Is
I don't know what she
Beyonce a
owns.
billionaire? That came up right really quickly. Yes, according to Forbes and multiple reports, as of late 2025, early 2026. Yeah, this is a recent news story. Beyonce has
Really?
officially reached billionaire status, making her the 5th musician to
Cool.
join the elite category. Her fortune, estimated at 1 billion plus, was driven by her massive 2023 Renaissance World Tour. That makes sense. And 2025 Cowboy Carter Tour, and her extensive music catalog and business ventures. Yeah.
Bro, off of
Yeah.
music is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Billy off of
Um,
music is nuts.
Taylor Swift did it off of music, right?
I mean, Rihanna
Yeah.
put out like 8 albums in like 11 years. That's pretty dense.
Sorry, let me get these super chats out of the way because I had missed them. Both from my listening library. Thank you so much for the kindness. $2. This is a while back. Lactoid, gay for pay at CPAC 2028. I approve the message. Fantastic message.
If I was gay, like I think Milo, for example, like that was a huge part of the reason why he was so successful, because you really stereotypically play that up while being a right winger, and I mean political movements. There is like a.
He was bombastic. He wasn't just gay, but he was like bombastic and like charming.
But if he
in
was
his own
straight,
weird
it
way.
wouldn't have worked.
I don't know. Lots of straight conservatives rise to the top. I don't know
No, 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 no.
commentary.
Not with that. Not with his kind of personality. Like I think that you can get away with being more bombastic and more catty. if
I don't
you're
know.
gay.
Russell
Yeah,
Brand's doing great, man. Russell
Russell
Brand
Brand
is
has major gay energy though.
fucking hate Russell Brand now, but like, yeah, he's
Yeah,
doing great. He's married with a child. What do you mean?
He's
No.
also British. Yeah.
He still has major gay energy. Like
Yeah.
Oh, all right, yeah,
Yeah.
fair.
yeah,
Well, he played that up, the flamboyancy.
for sure. I mean, he
Um,
looks like somebody who sells shrooms at a park. I mean,
Well, he used to be
absolutely.
a heroin addict, so
Well, he also acts
Oh.
like one too.
He said a
we
few
also,
things I agree with, so I'm not gonna shit on the guy too hard.
we also have from my listening library, Sleep Token is a popular rock band in 2026. I have no clue.
I
who's
would
in the
dispute
band.
popular. I don't think
I
they
don't
really
even
hit
know
the
who that
Simple
is.
Man is the best song by
Oh, shit.
Skinner.
Yeah, I forgot that was him. Yeah, Simple Man is my best Leonard Skinner song, or my favorite Leonard Skinner song. I agree.
Yeah. If anybody else knows about Sleep Token, I say my point still stands. Not a popular.
Hit a super chat. Let us know if you know about Sleep Token.
I don't think they've had any like major. Not that that's the metric, but that is my overarching point of like the Billboard now is like just all individual artists. But like yes, Sleep Token has some popularity, but pretty niche from what I understand.
Have you guys ever heard of a guy named G.G. Allen?
I have not.
No.
Oh, G.G. Allen? No, I've heard another G.G.
Yeah, G.G.A.L.L.I.N.
I've heard of Barry Allen, The Flash, but not G.G.
Yeah, not the same guy.
Not the same guy. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can't confirm. Not the same guy. All right. So other than this group of individuals, we're just waiting on our friend Eucharist. So why don't we get started? Let's assemble the crew and jump into it. 1 second. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, Corey. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take off the music. I do apologize.
My broken heart.
All right. So let's get ourselves all together.
Yeah, I just hopped in. Are we finally done? Are we done?
No, we're not.
We're done with that fucking music?
Your game's
no, it's
all right.
It's back.
All right, cool. I'm going back on mute. Let me know when you guys are let me guys know when you're not trying to ear rape me.
Blown out. Just so you know.
Your
like,
gain's a bit
my
high.
mic is super.
Your gain's a bit high.
Yeah, like the gain is like super high.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, how about now?
A little better, but
it's still pretty.
How about now? How about now? Is this better?
It's better.
Yeah.
It's definitely better.
I don't need. Is it better? Is it still peaking and like
Still
a problem?
it's peaking a little bit, but it's very little.
You can
bit.
decrease it by 10 to 20%. Probably.
Okay. How about now? Is it better now? Is it good now?
Still about the same.
It's volume wise, it's better. It still sounds a bit distorted though.
Okay. How about now? Is this better? Is this less
better.
peaking, less crunching? Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to find the sweet spot for you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Now.
Cool. All right. Now we can do something about the person behind the mic right there. Then it'll be perfect.
He's peaking a little bit.
Sorry, man. All I do is catch W's and peak constantly, bro. There is no down from here. There's no up because I'm already the best there can be.
Glad to have you. All right, fellas. We're gonna get started. Excited to have you all. It's been a while since the crew has been assembled. All right. We're gonna. Well, I guess just before I jump into it, I'll say, hey guys, if you enjoyed the previous conversation, the amazing conversation, so unique, it'll happen again, right? And woe be anyone who missed that conversation, all the craziness that happened there, right? If you enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, keep bits of gift subs. If you're on Twitch, on YouTube, consider using a super chat. We'll put your super chat on screen. We'll have a discussion about it, right? You can tell Corey if you know who Sleep Token is. Again,
true. Yes.
I
Send all the money, all the donations.
I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're great. I don't know. But yeah, consider supporting the channel any way you can. And if you want to kick, follow the channel. We still need people to follow the channel on the kick. That'd be quite useful if you did. All right, let's get started. All right. Tensions are flaring up between the U.S. Department of War and the AI company Anthropic. Anthropic, who owns the Claude AI model, partnered with Peter Thiel's Palantir to provide the U.S. military with operational support. Though at the same time, Anthropic has maintained that its systems will not be used for either domestic surveillance or autonomous killing machines. When a report came out which stated that Claude was used in the Maduro kidnapping raid, an Anthropic senior executive pushed back against Palantir and the US military. Information is scarce, but it does show a conflict between the two. All of this comes after War Secretary Pete Hegseth released a memo saying that the military's acceptable use policy should override any AI corporate policies so that the full capabilities of these systems can be unleashed. Do you think that the US military should be using AI in any capacity? Do you think, more specifically, that the US and other governments should be using AI during lethal operations? Should there be any restrictions on this use? Or should national security surpass all concerns? Yeah. So it's pretty straightforward. It was an interesting report. Like I said, like it's like unclear. Everyone's denying everything, right? People on background are saying that this interaction happened. And like they don't deny that they were talking to each other and that there was an exchange, but that whether it was tension, there was it was aggressive or anything like that, that there's a problem in the relationship, they won't tell us. And of course, they won't comment on any sensitive military operation, confidential or otherwise, blah, 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 that type of stuff, right? So what exactly was said, we can't be sure. But there does seem to be some sort of delta between like what Anthropic says its AI will be used for, right? And what the military, specifically Pete Hegseth, wants to use it for. He seems to be very clear. I want to use it for everything. I want to go all out, right? And I mean, he's the Secretary of War, right? I don't know. That kind of makes sense. He would want to do that, right? And Anthropic wants that military money because those military contracts are huge. We all know that, right? But now you're saying, oh, I wouldn't want my AI for killing, right? Well, that'd be beyond me. Why would we want to do that? We just want to sell a powerful military a powerful application with military a powerful computer with military applications to the U.S., right? But of course, killing. Well, of course not. Why would it? Well, of course, we wouldn't do that. So anyway, right? I want to discuss like how far we should push this, right? And of course, in the context of a global war, because another part of this is that China is going to keep doing whatever, right? And like, can DeepSeek say no to China, right? So should that affect our policy making, or maybe not? So anyway, we'll go down the line. We'll start with our good friend Lactoid.
The last thing you said there is basically my point, which is I don't really like the idea of killbots, but if every other nation is going to be pursuing this method of developing kill machines, where you're just having AI make the undodgeable rocket, then yeah, in order to keep up, you have to match that, right? Because if you don't, then our military becomes useless. So it's an unfortunate reality, as is the case with all arms races. Ultimately, it's an unfortunate reality, but I do agree that it makes perfect sense and unfortunately should be the case that the U.S. military integrates AI with its functioning.
Okay, absolutely. All right, our friend Scott, happy to have you back, buddy.
Hope yeah, dude. Well. I'm doing all right. Family stuff taken care of. Health stuff mostly taken care of. My unending rage and hatred of the state will never be taken care of, and that is just the way I like it.
Not with that attitude, but go on.
Yeah, so first and foremost, let me say that if all of the reports on what has transpired are to be considered true, then Pete Hegseth does not deserve to keep his skin. He should be flayed alive publicly in front of the entire United States population and then tarred and feathered while he no longer has his skin. That would be the most moral recourse for what he is doing currently. What Pete Hegseth is doing is essentially Darth Vader to Lando Calrissian saying, I have altered the deal. Pray I do not alter it any further. It is important to note that the company Anthropic is so just a couple of things, right? They were the first person to be integrated within military technology of their AI systems because they were ahead of the other companies. They were ahead of XAI, they were ahead of Google, and they were ahead of OpenAI in terms of those capacities. They signed a $200 million contract with the with the Department of Defense, or the Department of War, as Trump likes to call it, because wouldn't be a good president unless he gave a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge to the actual fascists. And so with that contract, Anthropic has 2 red lines. They say, we will not cross these red lines. This is part of our contract. Those 2 red lines are, our AI will not be used for mass surveillance of U.S. citizens, which is obviously a violation of our constitutional rights if you believe in that, or just a violation of human liberty in general to give a government unchecked control of mass surveillance of the people. So that shouldn't be a problem, right? That should be a moot point, right? If their red line is you have to follow the Constitution, then why would the government give a fuck about that? Because obviously they'd be following the Constitution, and they shouldn't be in jail for anything wrong they've done. The second thing they've done is people are misunderstanding this. They never said that you can't have killing machines that identify people with their AI and then shoot those people. They said that those killing machines had to be subject to human approval, which is to say that those machines couldn't indiscriminately fire on people without the military having at least a human being confirm that it's okay to kill that person. And they're even somewhat willing to work with a list of targets, and that if the AI identifies that target, the pre-approval of that target list would be fine being considered. So what Pete Hegseth is saying, using the own logic of the government saying, if you have nothing to hide, why don't you let me go in your car? Why don't you let me search your house? Is we intend to violate everyone's constitutional rights and mass surveil people with the usage of AI, or we intend to use murder death robots that will have 0 human approval, and that we're just going to indiscriminately murder random people without a human being ever checking whether or not that person is actually a military target or anything. He then comes out later when he gets a hint of pushback from a private corporation that had a contract. He says, you know what? In 180 days, we're getting rid of anything in the contract that says that we use it any way other than we want to use it. Which is to say, I have altered the deal, pray I do not alter it any further. They are stealing private property so that they can make indiscriminate murder death robots without human approval, or so that they can mass surveil the entirety of American citizens, or they plan on being able to do that in the future, so they want to get ahead of it so that they can fuck over everybody. So if that is the case, now that other companies such as XAI has a $200 million, they all have $200 million contracts. Google, XAI, and Sora now all have that, and they can compete. So now they want to alter the contract because there's only one company that cares about whether or not the United States follows the Constitution or doesn't make unchecked human death killing robots where there's no human approval. By that nature, Pete Hegseth and everyone involved, if this is what's actually going on and this isn't just a bunch of lies, does not deserve their skin. They should be brought before everyone. They should be flayed alive. They should be tarred and feathered. And then after they've been tortured publicly, they should be executed. Fuck these goddamn monsters, and fuck anybody that supports these monsters with some bullshit. Well, China might make the murder death robots, so our murder death robots don't need human approval. We should just indiscriminately kill people, as if bombing weddings wasn't bad enough. Fuck anybody that supports this.
Okay.
And in case I wasn't clear enough, let me finish. Fuck you, Lactoid, you piece of human garbage, unless you weren't actually aware of what was going on. If you weren't aware of the details, I'll forgive it, right? If you weren't aware that like those specific things were in there, but if you actually unironically support that, you're a horrible fucking human being.
I'll respond in the open.
All right. Well, it looks like our friend Scott's still recovering, not up to 100% yet, right?
Oh no, I'm back and I'm fucking fired up to hate the state. I got rest, okay? I got rest and I'm recharged.
Well, Star Wars references are always welcome here. So shout out to you for that. Let's go to our good friend Corey.
Okay. Well, tough act to follow, but I think you do have to extend a little bit of grace to Lactoid since he is a socialist. But so and I disavow and do not approve of about the sentiment about what should be done to Pete Hegseth, okay, and others that support him. But I do overall all agree with the overall sentiment that Scott passionately described, where in this particular instance, I don't appear to be. I'm not a fan of the government attempting to either coerce or outright try to pretty much enforce this AI company to do its bidding. And I would say, if the military wants to use AI for whatever purpose that is, I see no reason why they couldn't just develop their own. At one point, there was a nuclear weapons program. I would assume there is resources there to develop their own AI and infrastructure. And maybe if you want to use that, then develop it. And pretty much coercing or strong arming companies to do your bidding. In this particular instance, I'm not a fan of. And I'll leave it there for now because I think, Scott was passionate enough for me.
Always. Let's go to our good friend, our cousin Ali.
Man, I agree with Scott about everything, but unfortunately, I think
everything.
Especially the Hegseth. I hate that fucking guy, but we hate him for different reasons. But it's okay. We can unite. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So Scott, I'm with you on this. It's just Lactoid does just have a point. If unfortunately, I do live in this country, and if the other countries are going to make the murder bots and they're going to use the AI to track, well, I mean, we can't just be the ones who don't do that. So I don't know, should the military be using it? Nah, altruistically, nobly, no, they shouldn't. But if the other countries are going to use it, we kind of have to defend our, to defend this land, unless you want to have the AI wars and we have the weakest one. That's not really going to work out.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, our good friend Doobie. Happy to have you.
Hi. I also agree with everything Scott said, especially the fuck Lactoid stuff. This reminds me of I understand that we've really been pumped with the we should be afraid of China thing since we were children, and I get that. China and Russia, very scary, and Cuba also very scary, them too. But this whole thing,
North Korea a little bit.
Well, they might get a nuclear weapon or something and kill us for some reason. Because of course, that's exactly what they would do if they got a nuclear missile that could reach us. They would just shoot it the same day. Of course, that's what they want. That would be healthy for them. But this whole thing reminds me of the setup to a Terminator. You know how there's an AI arms race, and that AI arms race, because the whole planet, all these nations are competing. They're afraid of each other. So the technology gets more and more advanced very, very quickly, and it inevitably leads to, the world war, destruction of the planet. I feel like that's the path we're on right now. I feel like we need to get off it because, it just seems like that is the natural consequence of this mindset, right? If they're going to do it, well, we need to do it. And then the next guy, okay, well, they're doing it, so I got to do it. And it just continues and continues. And before then, we have thousands of nuclear weapons all over the fucking planet. And, we need to watch all of them. It's the same kind of the same kind of arms race is happening right now. So, yeah, I think we need to stop it. I also agree that Hegseth should be crucified legally.
What is stopping it? What is stopping it?
How do
you stop it?
I think we need these private companies are developed for whatever reason. The government is not developing the stuff themselves, or maybe they are, but maybe it's not good enough to use yet. So they're relying on private companies. I think these companies need to have a firm line on, hey, you cannot cross this line. And if you cross this line, there needs to be fucking hardcore consequences. But we know the government's full of liars. They're going to do it anyway. Yeah. I don't know how the fuck you
isn't the idea then if they don't follow the lines here, well, Russia won't have those lines, or China won't have those lines. Not in a fear tactic. Maybe,
I think this is one of the things that needs an international agreement, sort of like we had with the with nuclear weapons. Some kind of international agreement
that multiple countries, not multiple countries, but a bunch of countries have not worked with the agreement.
Come together and say, hey, we are all developing AI. This is the line we cannot cross. And I think we need to do something like that.
Like,
Dario wants that. Dario wants that line, and that's what the Trump administration is fighting against. Is fighting against any sensible control of AI just going completely out of control.
and Dario is the CEO of Anthropic, in case you don't know.
Sure.
Sorry. Yeah.
So, this is my problem, and like I said very clearly, do I like arms races? I don't. I'm sure I would have been equally as upset when I found out that they were using planes to drop bombs on civilians, like, or people. Like, that sucks. But if we didn't bomb the enemy, we would have lost to Japan. We would have lost to Germany. And you guys who disagree with me can sit there on your shining hill and you can act how smug, the smug you want to be and how right you are in that, hey, you're not supporting the bad thing. And then the bad guys who are communists in this, the worst of the worst, show up and they say, okay, well, thank you so much for not going to the dark side and developing on these weapons. It really was helpful to us now that we occupy your land and are surveilling your people and are controlling your economy and owning you. That's my fear. And I think that it's a real fear if we're talking about the development of AI in programs. I'm not fully educated on what's going on with like the specifics with Pete Hegseth and Claude. I don't think anybody knows all the details behind the scenes. But my understanding of this is that the threat from the Department of War is you either let us, and I think the big thing here, I actually fully agree that the demand should not be being made in regards to mass surveillance. That part's fucked. But when it comes to using AI weapon systems, autonomous killing weapon systems, the Department of War is saying, hey, unless you change that term, we're not going to do business with you. We're going to, we're pulling out. We're going to go with somebody else. We're going to go with a different AI company. I don't have a problem with that. Like, if it is needed to have a more efficient weapon, if we agree that that's needed for national security, and we agree that the military, being a government agency, has a responsibility to act efficiently, and it's paying for all these contracts with stolen money anyway, do I think that they have an obligation to do it efficiently? I do. If Claude is not efficient at developing the best weapon, why should our tax dollars continue to go to pay for something that is not maximally fulfilling the purpose of the agency, which is to be a fucking badass?
Murder people without
to
human
do
review?
war.
Sure. Murder, all war is murder.
So there's three problems here. First and foremost, you set up a false equivalency in order to, secondly, fearmonger, right? So there is absolutely a false equivalency between humans dropping bombs via technology in war, where there is obviously human review because there is the pilot who's a human that drops the bomb. There is his chain of command, right, that is giving the order for the mission to occur, et cetera, versus, and this is the key distinction, is that Anthropic, right, which most people probably know as Claude AI as their major product, Anthropic's hard line is not that a machine is capable of targeting humans and pulling the trigger. Their red line that they agreed to previously when given a government contract, of which now Pete Hegseth is saying, if you don't undo that part of your contract, not only are we going to cancel your contract, but anything that receives any government funding, no one will be legally allowed to use any form of your product, which is the way that we treat Huawei, right? We treat our foreign adversaries. You will be treated as a foreign adversary as a company unless you give us the go-ahead to create autonomous murder death bots that have zero human review. That is a complete false equivalency to a human dropping a bomb. I agree with you that war is fucked. I agree with you that this is, obviously we're going to have disagreements as well on whether or not taxation ought to be used to fund military systems, right? But I'm working within the internal critique of the neoliberal model, and Anthropic, they are neoliberals. Okay, they are neoliberals. They are liberals that say, I want to work with the military. I'm okay with taxation. I'm okay with a war death machine, but civil liberties must be protected. and constitutional rights must be protected. And Pete Hegseth is saying, fuck the Constitution and fuck human rights. We are the new fascist regime. We are the Secretary of War. We kill what we want to kill when we want to kill it.
Okay,
And lastly,
Can I
I
address
disagree
that?
with you. No, I'm just breaking down all of the things you said that I disagree with in your statement. You obviously can address all the things
Sure.
that you disagree with in my rebuttal. And lastly, the third thing, which is no, I do not agree that we need autonomous killing machines in order to be able to compete with the likes of China or other things. We have seen the military develop defensive technology such as the Thor system, such as mobile defense systems that can target both wide range drone swarms as well as individual drones with EMP attacks. Like there's all kinds of defensive technology that can take out this form of weaponry. And there's no evidence to suggest that in order to effectively fight our adversaries, we need autonomous murder death robots without human review. That is not a necessary means to fight war in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. So as of the first thing, I disagree that it's a false equivalency. You're saying, hey, when it comes to humans dropping bombs, this is different because you have a human pilot who's accountable. When it comes to dropping the bombs, there's a chain of command, and that's not the same when it comes to autonomous murder death robots. However, the reason why we have a problem with autonomous murder death robots is because the actual death is occurring with less human interaction, with less human review, because somebody's ordering the autonomous death robots to go into an area to begin with, in the same way that somebody is ordering the dropping of a bomb into an area. Bombs cause collateral damage. Just look at Gaza. Bombs cause collateral damage. They are much more capable of causing collateral damage than stabbing someone with a bayonet. A bayonet is the perfect example of immediate human action, of immediate human responsibility. You are poking one person. The decision you're not stabbing, unless you're actively stabbing civilians. You are poking somebody. Direct human responsibility right there. If you are flying over somebody and dropping a bomb, there is probably most, in some cases, of the damage that you're doing and the deaths and the lives that you're taking are unrelated to your target. So I actually think the two are very comparable. And the only reason,
But that's a lie,
unfortunately-
right? You know you're lying, right? Because that's
No, I'm not lying.
You're
I think
attacking.
it's one to
You're
one.
attacking you're attacking a moral position that you perceive me to have, which I correctly do have, but you're not attacking the actual claim, which is what is Anthropic okay with? Anthropic's red line is
No,
not
we're going one by
that
one.
that AI is
Stop,
not
stop.
that AI systems. No, don't tell me to stop
No,
because I'm cooking your ass.
You're
You're
cooking my ass
running
right now.
away. You are running away from the fact that Anthropic is a neoliberal
I have it written down.
company
I was
that
gonna
is
address that.
willing to work with military defense systems and is willing to have killing machine death robots. Their only red line is that it has to have human review.
Okay.
Now, I'm
So-
against the killing machine death robots in general.
I know.
But that's not what you're arguing against.
No. Right now, I am arguing against that because you started off by making multiple claims.
Right.
Multiple.
But
claims.
I said the
You
false
started off-
equivalency.
yeah.
So you're not addressing it.
I'm directly addressing it. I'm saying that it's not a false equivalency. I'm saying because you criticize my use of bombs, planes flying over
By using a red herring.
No.
It
What
is
I'm
a false
stop,
equivalency by using
stop.
a red herring.
No.
That is not Anthropic's position.
I'm not.
Don't lie. That is not their
like it-
position.
Like,
Oh my
let
God,
Lackwood
Scott,
get his
you
point out,
monkey.
please.
Absolute monkey.
So
I literally have it written
Is that
down.
because I'm part
I-
black? I'm a monkey?
Are we gonna start using? Nope. No, he just calls
See?
people. He disagrees
See?
with monkey apparently.
Ali, this is what's happening. I can't even call this guy a
Yeah,
monkey.
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Anyway.
You're gonna start using it now. We get it.
Anyway, so I have it written down that you're talking about, Anthropic's philosophy when it comes to war and their red lines. What I'm criticizing, I'm saying that the red lines being set don't actually have. You could argue there's like a heuristic principle, which is that the autonomous death associated with autonomous killing machines is like so far removed from human input that it crosses some line for Anthropic in which they say, okay, that's too far. But my problem with this is I don't think they have any empirics to really go off of, unless they're also critical of things like large bombs that are or rockets that are fired into areas that cause mass casualty events that oftentimes don't include the target. I think it is absolutely a very fair comparison to say that when technology advances, sometimes the technology advances to remove human input from the actual target. Carpet bombing is one of them. Any kind of bombing is one of them. Autonomous killing machines are one of them. Whenever you move away from a sword, like with a gun, you can miss somebody with a gun. Like the further you go down in terms of lethality of any kind of killing machine, until we get to the point of like pinpoint laser zapping, you're gonna risk collateral damage to people that you maybe didn't intend to kill. And that's the only rational idea I can think about when it comes to why somebody might have a problem with this autonomous killing machine, killing somebody who you don't intend to kill.
So, but here's I see your argument. It is fair to say, right, that indiscriminate bombing even is bad, but even targeted bombing is going to lead to collateral damage. They're unintended targets, right?
Yes.
I think the real crux here is that they set a red line in their contract, okay? And their red line in their contract as a private entity says that we do not want autonomous weapon targeting systems without human review, right? A human has to say, bomb this area. A human has to say, shoot these targets, as opposed to a system that just automatically uses AI to determine whether or not something is a threat and then pulls the trigger with zero human input. I think there is a difference between a human being responsible for saying, we're going to bomb this facility, and if it turns out to be the wrong choice, a human being pays the price for the decision that they made, versus a system that is an AI system that is accountable to no one other than the code. Okay. And that is their red line that they set, that the government agreed to when they did their contract. And now that they're daring to ask the state questions about how their AI was used, the state says, we're changing your contract. And if you don't let us do whatever we want to do, we will treat you like an adversarial company against the United States. And we will treat you the same way we treat Chinese companies, as an enemy within. And we will attempt to harm your business as we prop up and support other businesses that are failing, like OpenAI should have already collapsed because their deliverables versus how much investment they've gotten is the worst ratio in all of human history. No other company in all of human history has gained as much money as them and given nothing in return for it. So they are setting up a socialist system where they're going to prefer the companies that will go along with whatever murderous regime tactics they want. And the ones that dare question them, they will treat as an enemy within, and they're going to violate their contract. How can you even call yourself something close to a libertarian and agree with this policy?
So
I'll let
I'm
you
gonna-
respond, Lactoid, but then I do want to get Corey in after that.
Sure. So it seems like there's two different parts of the argument, and there's the one part which is Anthropic's logic sound, and then there's another part which is, what about the legitimacy of the contract and how the government deals with different companies. So addressing the first part, once again, and any company can, they can say whatever, set whatever red lines they want. I suppose they can say whatever they want. I'm just not convinced that agreeing that all development of weapons is scary to some extent. I agree with that. But I'm not convinced at this point that there really is a huge difference between somebody pressing the button that sends the drone out, that using an AI code determines the factory and bombs it, that there's really that much of a difference between that and me pressing the button, dropping the bomb that lands in the factory and blows it up. It could be that the AI is actually better at identifying targets and minimizing casualties than the human being is. It's
let's
possible.
agree to
let's
agree to disagree on that point, right? Let's just agree.
Sure.
Let's just agree that your opinion is potentially valid and my opinion is
Okay.
potentially valid. That this is an issue. Why?
Then there's the second part.
At
the
the very
contract part.
least, could you not? Right. At the very least, could you not say that there's something deeply disturbing with saying we're going to change your contract or else, and the or else is we're going to punish you and treat you the same way we treat Huawei or Chinese companies because you have a difference in philosophy in how we deal with military weapons, as opposed to simply just saying, look, we have a different philosophy on this. We're going to do something. We're going to go with these other people in the production of our weapons systems. it was great while it worked out, but it's not working out now because there's a conflict of interest, and you're selling us a service, and this service comes with, you know, with things that we can't abide by because it makes our military less effective in what it is that we need to do. Go do your own thing, as opposed to saying any government agency or any agency that receives government funding that's must ban all uses of Claude AI, and we can't have them anywhere because they're some type of security risk, when they're obviously not a security risk. They're people that care, the only company that cares about American civil liberties and human rights.
Okay.
Is that not a supreme issue?
Sort of, but there's some nuance here. So just maybe you can help correct me on something that I'm reading right here. My understanding is that if they're deemed a supply chain risk, it does void their contracts, but it doesn't prevent them from working with any other company that gets government money. It simply prevents companies that work with the Pentagon from using Claude in the workflows that they're providing to the Pentagon. So if, for example, they're deemed this, they get this designation, then if Claude does a deal with like OpenAI and sells OpenAI their specific AI for the whatever task the government wants OpenAI to do, that's a no-no, right? The Pentagon's not going to accept that. And that this is restricted to just the Pentagon, and it's specifically restricted to just any programs that Claude had a hand in when they sold it to whatever company's working with the Pentagon. So it's much more narrow than I think that you were letting on, right? If it, and this is from Axios at least, maybe I'm wrong, but assuming that Axios is correct, I think it's much more narrow.
Can you send me that article? Because I read other things suggesting that any government institution can't use
why you guys work on
their
that
services.
Our friend Corey.
Yeah, I just real quick. I just posted that, and so let's assume this is true for a second. So it's much more narrow. I would agree that it would be really, really heavy-handed to say you can't work with any company that gets any kind of government money. To me, that would seem much more of a bludgeon. But as long as it's very directly related to the Pentagon, and it's an industry that is very critical to national security, which I think things like AI, weaponized AI, rocketry, for example, some like nuclear facilities, for example, I think that I think it's okay for these specific industries that the government does have a lot of say of who it does business with, and puts limitations on that technology and what those companies can do with that technology. I don't want nuclear power plants to just be able to deal with anybody who they so choose.
Okay,
Right.
Corey,
So,
Corey,
but
we gotta let
that's not even what the article says, right? It's any company.
Okay, we gotta let Corey.
I should be quick, so you can get back to it with Lactoid. But I do want to address one of the original points that Lactoid made, and I think even Ollie agreed with. I like this concept of like, well, if we don't develop it, someone else will. And like, I understand that developing technology for war is not necessarily the same as biotechnology, but I do want to maybe give an example that I find super interesting of like, sort of globally, it seems like everyone has agreed to not develop this, probably for a variety of reasons, but like, so maybe some ethical issues, but like, I would say this technology has actual applicable potential to do a lot of things, but like, the example that I would use is like, for the reason, and because like, there's no laws against it, but I think globally we all sort of collectively agreed of like, to not develop human cloning. That is never funded anywhere. And I think there are reasons for that.
Well, what would be like the military application? I mean, I guess clone army maybe, but I mean, I can think of robots.
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about in terms of like this for whatever reason. Yeah.
Speaking about Star Wars,
but no. You could potentially solve the human organ shortage. Okay. There's I can list off a bunch of applications. I'm not talking about just solely for war, but I think for justified reasons globally, like. We have just all agreed of like this. We don't want to develop this as of now.
Look, I'll build a bridge. If we can get the whole world to sign an agreement, kind of like with poison gas or like stuff. If we can get the whole
there's no signed agreement against human cloning, as far as I know.
Sure. What I'm saying is that unlike human cloning, I think that when it comes to war or like military application technologies, this is a competition that is like it is the end of the line, right? It is the technology that matters most at the end of the day.
That's why I said I understand it's not perfectly analogous,
right?
But I mean,
But-
whatever.
but
the
why?
clone armies.
Can you seem married to the concept that the U.S. military must win the race, not in AI, not in weapon systems, not in rocket technology or bombs, but specifically in autonomous killing machines without human review. And that is what this really hinges upon, right? I don't know if the mass surveillance is what triggered this. Maybe we're all wrong, right? And the real reason that Pete Hegseth is mad is because they're using Claude AI in their mass surveillance state that was proven by Edward Snowden to exist and has only obviously grown because no one went to jail, and everyone in the CIA and the NSA and Trump and Biden and Obama administration are traitors of the American
I'm not
public,
gonna
and that's a
defend that part
proven
of it.
fact, right? So maybe we're all wrong, and the real thing is not the autonomous weapon systems, but that Pete Hegseth knows that where the FBI and other people are using AI to compile all of the mass collected data to target and blackmail Americans and things like that. But assuming that's not the part, and what we're talking about is the autonomous, why is that a necessary military boon that we must have, as opposed to defensive systems, EMP systems, mobile anti-drone defense systems, using AI to defend our power grid, things like that? Why is it that we need autonomous killing machines without human review? Because
So-
that sounds like a nightmare dystopia if we're all using that, right?
I think on the cusp of any weapon system, it sounds like a nightmare dystopia, and to some degree, it is. Like if you were going back to the Middle Ages and you were like explaining to somebody that, hey, I was going to build something that can generate a small sun in your town, like this would be crazy. This would be horrifying. Or I'm going to build like a structure that's going to be able to fly and drop things on you that are going to explode and kill you and your family. Crazy. People are going to be fucking terrified by that, and I understand, rightfully so. But when we start getting into, I guess, the hyper, to some degree, this conversation is going to have to rely on the assumption that AI is going to be important for the military. This specific function is going to be important for the military because, look, I'm not in
To
the
create
fucking,
AI music for sure.
Yeah. I'm not in the Pentagon. I'm not in the Situation Room. I'm not an engineer when it comes to weapons. If somebody much smarter than me when it comes to weapons design can sit down and explain to me why this is actually a useless technology and Pete Hegseth is just blowing air out of her ass, then maybe. But I think there's obviously some reason why the U.S. military has a keen interest in this technology. And just like off the top of my head, I can speculate as to some pretty logical reasons why. One very clear thing I can think about is when you look at an example of modern warfare with conventional militaries, the best example is in Russia and Ukraine. And the main, what kind of the main innovation in that war has been drones that are piloted by FPV pilots that are flying into enemy positions and blowing them up. Well, those pilots, one of the ways that those drones are being combated is through scramblers to disrupt radio signals, cutting the optics lines, and also for every drone you have to have a pilot, and that takes a lot of training. That takes a lot of shit. So there's a lot of resources and vulnerabilities dedicated to having all these drones have to be manned by people. If you had these drones autonomous that could recognize an enemy soldier and then fly in and blow up, I can imagine this would be more efficient. I can imagine this could totally change the face of war in many of the battlefields there. Do I know this for sure? I'm not, like I said, I'm not an engineer. I don't know if this has been tested, but I think there's a reason why the U.S. military is interested.
I would
in this
agree with
technology.
you.
But there's a specific distinction that you seem to try and run away from. Maybe you're not, right? Maybe it's just the way
I
the
wouldn't assume
confusion
bad
around this, right? But is that we're not talking about autonomous drones. We're not talking about autonomous targeting systems. We're talking about autonomous targeting systems and autonomous drones that are not subject to human review, right? Like you're saying we have to have drones that kill people by a machine without any human approval, and that the strength of it would be that there is no pilot, that there's just an AI system that determines whether or not someone may or may not be a Russian soldier and then kills them on the spot without any human review. That is the red line that Anthropic has. Anthropic doesn't have a red line that says we can't have autonomous drones. It says before the autonomous drone kills someone, a human has to go, yep, that's it.
hold on.
The thing can fly itself. The thing can kill itself. The thing can do everything. But a human has to be able to say whether or not this is whether or not this person can be killed.
No, hold on. I would need some clarification on Anthropic's actual position here, because are you telling me that Anthropic would be okay with, hypothetically, like a drone carrier to drive in, somebody there like draws like a circle across like a whole front line, and then presses a button, and all the drones rise up and then fly into that area, and without any further communication or permission from the operator, from the truck driver, those drones go in and blow up soldiers? You're saying
Yeah, they
Anthropic
drop
would
the
not have a problem with that?
I don't pretend to know at an individual level what Dario, the CEO of Anthropic, is cool or not cool with. What I'm saying is that their red line is not on AI automated defense systems or weapon targeting systems. Their red line
That's not what I said.
is weapon. I know it's not what you said. I answered what you said, which
No,
is I don't know Dario's fucking opinion
No.
on that specific
I
use
don't care about
case.
I didn't say
What
Dario.
I'm saying,
I said Anthropic. I specifically referring to
oh,
Anthropic.
Dario,
Is there
okay,
I don't-
they're
sure,
the
sure.
same.
Is Anthropic's
essentially.
policy? Yeah. Is their policy here when they're putting forward this red line? Are they in that specific scenario of ordering a drone to go patrol a certain area, and if it sees an enemy soldier, to go and blow it up? Are they okay with that?
No, they have to approve.
We are
blowing
not.
up the
We are
soldier.
not. We are not subject to, as you stated earlier and as I stated earlier, right, to the details of national security, secret information, and exactly all of the details of what use cases are or are not acceptable according to Anthropic. What we know is their red line that they put forward, and they stated both in their values and they stated publicly, which is that they are okay with automatic systems. They are okay with AI-based systems. What they're not okay with is specific quote. What is it? Quote. Oh God, I'll find the direct quote for you in just a second.
So
but it's not unmanned systems. It's systems autonomous weapon targeting systems not subject to human review.
So I wanted to jump in here. We're gonna let our friend Eucharist in, and I want to hear from Doobie and Ali as well. I want to get everyone's opinions on this. I imagine our friend, because Gibbs dropped out, unfortunately, he had business to do. I imagine our friend Lagtoid might stand alone on this. So, and of course, my man is fully prepared to do so. We love that about him. So I'm not, but anyway, the point is, I'm saying is that, like, I don't want to pile on, and he's going to have enough on his plate. However, I do want to bring just 2 points, and then I'll leave you guys to it. One, Lactoid, you talked about how mass surveillance is like a red line. Well, of course we can't do mass surveillance. Okay.
I wouldn't be okay with that. No, that part I'm not okay.
I understand what you're saying, but right, the same people, like you're defending, like Pete Hegseth, think differently on that one.
Maybe.
So during not just Davos, but just like for a while, we've had a lot of tech leaders and articles about how China has an advantage in creating AI because of mass surveillance, because they have a massive data set, right, being all their people and whatever they get up to, right, without any of our pesky privacy laws that hold AI companies back just a tiny bit here in the States, right? Because they can do whatever. Well, they have an advantage in creating AI. Which is going to create an advantage both in like corporate efficiency and possibly the battlefield. And there's been a whole list of individuals who've talked about this. I can give you that list if you'd like. But like this is a big thing they're talking about. And so, right, if the argument is that, well, if China does it, right, and that gives China an edge, well, then why not also for mass surveillance?
It's just the logic you could deploy that logic. Was that to me or was that?
Yes, that's you, Lacto.
Okay, yeah. You could deploy that logic in certain scenarios. To me, that's just like a much higher burden. It's a much higher obstacle that you have to show me, because it's not nearly as convincing, right? I'm pretty convinced as to the idea of like, hey, Very specifically, we need this technology to alter this weapon system on the battlefield because it benefits the battlefield. Okay. But if the argument instead is going to be, well, we need mass surveillance because the second order consequence of this is going to be a better AI system. And then a consequence of that is that we're going to be able to develop weapon systems that is going to be critical in our war. If you could if it's a critical enough war and there's a critical enough difference and there's a critical enough threat, you could get me to that point in the same way you could probably get me to a whole bunch of horrific things. Let's say some kind of human test subject experimentation was necessary, otherwise America was going to come under the rule of China, communist China, and we all were going to go to a work camp. Well, fuck, I don't want to do that, but
you
I
beat
mean,
me to it. Because I was going to
Unit
ask
731, we needed it, okay?
I was going
or
to
else
say,
we would lose World War II.
I was going to bring up the Fallout video games. Have you played those?
No.
No.
Well, one very briefly. I didn't like them.
Let me read something. Oh, sorry.
Just very quickly. Within there is actually the lore. There is a confrontation between the U.S. and China, right, which turns into a nuclear, apocalypse. But in the case before then, my understanding, there's these enemies called super mutants, and they're exactly what they sound like. Very big, large humans. But my understanding is that the U.S. government created them as a weapon for war against China, right? So I was wondering if you'd be okay with that. But apparently you've already answered that question. So
but again, it wouldn't be just so simple as they're the nebulous enemy. I would need it proven to me. This is why we're doing this horrific thing. It's for example, the nuclear weapons, right? That's pretty fucking horrific when you think about it. Now, was it necessary to defeat Japan? I can see the argument.
We'll go to Fred Scott, and then I want to get in Eucharist and all the rest in.
This isn't an argument. I just think for clarity's sake that it's best that I read this, right? So this is an excerpt
is a socialist.
From
we already knew that.
This is an excerpt from Dario Amode's Adolescence of Technology. So this is the opinion of the CEO of Anthropic, and I think it would maybe clarify some things, right? So he says, quote, "There are many ways in which AI could enable, entrench, or expand autocracy, but I'll list a few that I'm most worried about. Note that some of these applications have legitimate defensive uses, and I am not necessarily arguing against them in absolute terms. I am nevertheless worried that structurally they tend to favor autocracies." And then the one section, which is fully autonomous weapons. "A swarm of millions or billions of fully automated armed drones locally controlled by powerful AI and strategically coordinated across the world by even more powerful AI could be an unbeatable army, capable of defeating any military in the world and suppressing dissent within a country by following around every citizen. Developments in the Russia-Ukraine war should alert us to the fact that drone warfare is already with us, though not fully autonomous yet, and a tiny function of what might be possible with powerful AI. R&D from powerful AI could make the drones of one country far superior to those of others, speed up their manufacture, make them more resistant to electronic attacks, improve their maneuvering, and so on and so on. Of course, these weapons do have legitimate uses in the defense of democracy. They have been key to defending Ukraine and would likely be key to defending Taiwan. But they are a dangerous weapon to wield. We should worry about them in the hands of autocracies, but also worry that because they are so powerful with so little accountability, there is greatly increased risk of democratic government turning them against their own people to seize power. Right? That is the CEO of Anthropic's position on them, and he does indeed recognize your argument that maybe they are even necessary in some case, but obviously he is against them and wrote the government contract, and the government agreed to this and agreed to these ideas before they decided that actually we're going to fuck you and your business over and use the autocratic power of the state and become the fucking whatever the fuck, Secretary of War wants. Right. So I just don't know how you read that and go, well, he says we need it, so everything the government does is actually good.
Let's go to our friend.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think that everything the government does because they say they need it is good. I specifically was against the mass surveillance part of it.
Right.
I'm just convinced, based on my understanding of what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, that, drone warfare has advanced tremendously. And I do think that I think that he's right to recognize the fact that it probably will be the future of warfare. And it probably is the fact that the country that doesn't keep up is probably going to fall behind and potentially lose. And I'm sorry, like I said, it's great to be up in the silver shining hill of I am the best and nothing I ever do is wrong until you get colonized.
So, okay, so he's against mass surveillance and super mutants. He's on the record. Let's go to our friend.
A pro-human
Lucas.
cloning. So
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about the delay. Thank you for having me late. First, I want to correct something erroneous that Corey said in the pre-discussion that I was listening to while I was trying to get my daughter to sleep, which is there are still bands in existence, okay, Corey? The Mumford & Sons, since their dramatic return about 12 months ago, has put out two albums in 12 months, okay? So bands are back. Stomp and clap. It's amazing. The hipsters have never died, okay?
when did Mumford & Sons form?
They 2012 was their first album. I
Okay,
believe.
well, I stand corrected. We
Yeah.
got Imagine Dragons, maybe a band, and Mumford and Sons. They're
2012.
Let's
I thought that was
go.
like
they're heating up. They're heating up
1960.
the charts. And to be, I like Mumford and Sons, but they
Yeah,
don't
me
heat up the
too. It
charts.
sounds like that.
They're great. Their newest album is the closest to their first album that they've put out
Yeah,
since
Prize
their first
Fighter.
album.
Is
So,
it?
yeah, it's really good. It has Hosier
Does
on
their-
it. Has a couple Chris Stapleton.
Does their newest album also sound like someone's like tracks they listen to as they commit suicide because their girlfriend left them?
Partially, yeah. That's a plus for me. I don't know what you're complaining about. But,
I remember hearing it and being like, dude, it's like if I like walked into a garage where a man's like tailpipe was covered and he was dead as a police officer and this music was playing, I would know exactly what happened.
yeah, 100%.
I'd be like, I know who did this.
Anyway, just wanted to correct that for the record. This is
Oh.
the first time in any of these conversations I think I've ever almost fully agreed with Scott. I'll caveat, like Corey did, that I don't agree with the skinning and tarring and feathering and crucifixion and
I
all
also
the other
disagree.
things.
You've
but-
lost your revolutionary spirit, brother.
Yeah, maybe, but no, I think Scott really nailed it. Like, there's a combo of things. There's the civil liberties angle, if you, like he said, if you believe in that. But then there's just the contractual angle, which is, are you really comfortable with the federal government using their bullying might to not just like coerce a company into doing something, but to manipulate an entire market by trying to say, well, you're persona non grata if you're not going to participate in the way that we choose. But I think the biggest thing that I've heard in the little bit that I've been here for is Laxwood. I understand you're saying you're against the mass surveillance stuff, but I'm not sure how in principle I can distinguish the argument you're making about the war necessity from the mass surveillance stuff. So couldn't you just as easily say, well, yeah, man, in the terrorism of the future, in the war of the future, it's just going to be necessary to mass surveil in this way. I don't see why the same justification doesn't apply. Like, this just seems to be the way the world is headed. And so this seems to be particularly, there's a Scientific American article from, when was it published? 2 days ago, that has a couple quotes from the Anthropic CEO talking about this, which is basically saying, our current regulations in the post-Snowden era that regulate how agencies like the NSA can interact with our data were designed for fundamentally human review. In the era of large language models, basically any data collection is mass surveillance. Like, it has the capability of piecing together puzzle pieces that humans just haven't been able to at scale. And so, like, that seems like a pretty bright line, and you seem uncomfortable with it. And I'm not sure how you can support sort of both halves of the coin here without falling afoul of what you seem to think is a principled stance against the mass surveillance part. So that's all I've got for now.
Sure.
He's
Well,
just critical against that part, but the other thing is necessary. So
Well, so
Whoopsie daisy.
I'll give the same response that I think I already responded, but I'll just try to make it clear that this was indeed the response to that, because I think Prime asked me a similar question, which is because I'm a consequentialist at the end of the day, if the threat of anything is big enough, it can justify any action that is lower than that, right? If the universe will become destroyed unless I do XYZ bad thing, then I might have to do XYZ bad thing. I'm not happy with it, but I might have to do it. However, if the bad thing can't be proven to me sufficiently, then I'm not going to be in favor of the bad thing to stop the unproven bad thing, or the bad thing that hasn't been sufficiently demonstrated to have a high enough
We're
risk.
not sure the universe is going to blow up.
Yeah, like if you're saying like, oh, we have to like kill these 8 kids, otherwise the universe is going to blow up, and I'm like, oh shit, well how do you know the universe is going to blow up? And he's like, well, I just do. I smoked some weed and I saw it, and I'm like, yeah, it's going to happen. At that point, like I'm incredulous. Like the credibility of that person is gone. Like, I'm not actually concerned the universe is going to blow up, and now I'm going to be fully against torturing those 8 kids, because holy shit, we just can't have that, because I'm not convinced the universe is going to blow up. I am not sufficiently convinced that there is a current threat necessary to deploy mass surveillance or mass torture or massive oppression of our rights, et cetera, et cetera. But when we're talking something as narrow as this specific weapon technology is critically important to us, and apparently even Dario agrees that it's critically important. This specific weapon technology is critically important in combating enemy armies. Then, like, we are going to get left behind in the military game of war, this military game that we're playing across the whole world, unless we develop this technology. That to me is far more plausible, right? It just is. Like, it makes sense to me.
but
Seeing the drone warfare that
so
I'm seeing,
he
But
has
Scott's
argued
point
against
of-
this,
yeah.
right? So like he says in
he thinks
in
the risk is too
adolescence
high.
of technology. No, but here's what he says, right? And maybe I think you might actually agree with him on this, and maybe may see more of the problem here. Fully autonomous weapons and AI for strategic decision making are harder lines to draw since they have legitimate uses in defending democracy, right? Which is kind of your argument. But he says, which are also prone to abuse. Here, I think what is warranted is extreme care and scrutiny combined with guardrails to prevent abuses. My main fear is having too small a number of, quote, fingers on the button, such that one or a handful of people could essentially operate a drone army without needing any other humans to cooperate to carry out their orders. As AI systems get more powerful, we may need to have more direct and immediate oversight mechanisms to ensure that they are not misused. People involving branches of government other than the executive. I think we should approach fully autonomous weapons in particular with great caution and not rush into their use without proper safeguards. Like, he agrees with you that the technology is likely necessary to defeat other people, but what he is saying, and the reason why their contract has a red line on fully autonomous weapons, is that it shouldn't be Pete Hegseth and a couple of people at the DoD that have the ability to push a button and instantly have an army with no human oversight, no congressional approval, no other humans that have been bred and born throughout their military career to say this is against the Geneva Convention or this is wrong. So I personally, as a sergeant, I'm going to stop this here and now because this is a violation of human rights, etc. And that's why this contract specifically states these weapons shouldn't be fully autonomous, that they should be subject to some level of human review. And that is what Pete Hegseth is fighting against and wants to punish this company for, but not to have weapons to defeat our enemies, but to have those weapons to defeat our enemies under the complete control of a handful of people in the executive branch of government. And that's the problem, and that's his fear.
And so I understand the principal argument you're making there, Lactoid. If you're a consequentialist and you just don't believe the surveillance thing is actually going to save the world from blowing up, whatever, right? But both the Anthropic CEO and Pete Hegseth seem to be in agreement that these two things are two sides of the same coin. And so you're sort of accusing us who are critical of this of sitting up in our, shining moral high ground, like, oh, I don't approve of these things, but they're here whether we like it or not. But you're saying, well, I certainly don't approve of the mass surveillance, but well, if that comes along with the weapons stuff, that might be necessary. And so, like, I can see how you're distinguishing them in principle, but I don't see how you're any better than us who you're pronouncing a moral. Well, I disagree. On half of it, that seems to come as a package deal. And to Scott's point as well, I think the autonomous weapons thing, that again in the Scientific American article, I'll link for you guys, one thing the Anthropic CEO lays out is that his worry is exactly as Scott described, that you develop a habit of approach to military and tactics that leads you, even if you stop short of like fully autonomous, right? Even if you stop short of, well, it's actually killing people for us, and you just let it do the target collection and analysis, you're building habits of relying on that tool that degrade those sorts of strategic capabilities and the kind of people you want to be doing oversight. And personally, I like having a government we have oversight over and not just offloading all of that to an unaccountable machine where we all get together afterwards and say, oh no, why'd that person die? All right, well, better not do that next time, and can't do anything about it.
So I got a couple things. So first of all, I think you guys are dramatically overrepresenting the accountability within the U.S. military, firstly. Secondly,
wait, no, it's not within the U.S. military. It's within the entire system, right? The ability to
any
hold people before Congress.
Within any military, within any system. I'm sorry. Like, before it was brought up that, yeah, like, the NSA was doing illegal mass surveillance. Who was held accountable? Who? If If an AI
No
did
one.
it, the same
No
amount of people
one.
would be held accountable as the amount of people who are held accountable now, who are illegally spying on all of us. So I'm not
So we
convinced.
need more power for the
I-
NSA? That's your fucking argument?
No. What I'm saying
What?
is that you guys keep resting your hat on this idea of, holy, I can't imagine that like this power is gonna it's gonna be in the hands of something that's not accountable, and I'm just not convinced that this is the case now. Firstly,
I'm sorry.
Secondly,
I prefer the possibility
first.
of accountability to the complete absence of it. Right?
Okay,
Like
sure.
that seems like a preference, right? A good preference.
You know, it
No,
is.
no,
It
what-
is. It is.
what- no, what he is saying,
Let me
it's
respond.
not
Let me
about-
respond to something
no,
else
no,
he said.
but-
He said
but
a lot.
you're-
He said a lot. I'm going to respond to something he said. With the Shining Hill example.
You've yet to respond.
I know. I think I did. Okay, you can calm down.
You're not. You're
Yeah,
not responding to the actual arguments.
Hey, you can calm down. I'm responding to the actual arguments. This whole fucking debate has been
No, you're not.
accusing me of bad faith and then walking it back after I explain myself 2 seconds later. Calm down, okay? Let me respond.
You're not
to what
responding to
you
the
guys
arguments.
said regarding,
Why
like,
even speak?
Sitting on the hill.
Please.
The reason I said this, if you are the kind of person that does this full analysis and you do like a risk calculation and you say, look, the risk from China developing this autonomous drone program is real, and it's a real threat, and we got to like work to defend ourselves against it. But the risk of the domestic risk of developing these systems, the threat from our own government, the threat to our own people is higher in my evaluation because of XYZ, 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 like consequential analysis. I would not make that accusation towards you. The reason why I keep talking about sitting shining on the hill, why I keep using that reference, this was in direct response to Scott's opening, to which he's like very much like on this basis of, oh, you are in favor of autonomous death machines? Fuck you. Like this, the idea
You're
that
literally arguing for it. Fuck you.
The idea
You
that you
monstrous
can even
piece of
support
shit.
this monstrous piece of
You
shit.
literally
Like,
support it.
Death.
You literally do.
Death. You
You don't
support
get to walk
weapons,
that back
Lactoid.
now.
You support weapons, you monster.
No, you support
monster.
autonomous killing
Oh
machines,
my God.
and you support the
You
state
support bombs.
violating contracts
Oh my
and
God.
violating property
support
rights,
weapons.
and doing so
Oh my
so that they
God.
can mass surveil and create
So,
autonomous weapon systems.
This
So
is the
fuck you.
specific- This is the very specific thing I
You
was
can't have
referring
your
to.
cake and eat it too.
Because this is my criticism, I think, of Scott's ideology, which is that he's going to be standing smug. While
Yeah,
the enemy,
run away
while-
to my
while-
ideology
while
instead
the-
of my
while the
arguments,
enemy-
like the pussy little bitch you are.
While the
Deal with
enemy's
the
at the
arguments.
gates. While the enemy is
let's
at the
let him
gates,
finish, please.
kicking down the gates, like ready to colonize him and throw him in the gulag, and he's going to be in the gulag, tilling the fucking wheat,
Push the
thinking
button.
to himself.
A human
Well, at
pushes the
least I
button.
was like,
That's what we're arguing for.
At least I was fully consistent with all my axioms as he's getting whipped by some CCP guard. Yeah, I'm sorry. At the
Yeah,
war is an exercise
Holy fucking
of
straw man,
consequentialism.
you
At the end of the
pussy.
day,
Wait.
war is an exercise of consequentialism. There is no ifs,
Yeah.
ands, or buts about it. It is bad to kill people, but sometimes you have to, and it sucks.
And has it been proven
No,
to
no,
you
no,
that
no. Hold on.
has it been
There's
proven to you
hold on.
that-
I'm going to respond
Oh,
very
yeah.
simply
Like
to
you haven't
showcase
responded.
exactly how you
After
are
that, I
running
wanna hear
from the
from
arguments
Ali.
over and over and over again,
I
because
had a
you
dollar
keep
every time
trying
you said
to
that towards
attack.
everybody you ever talked to.
Well, unfortunately,
so
most of
rich.
the people on Twitch poll run away from fucking arguments,
Or
and you're one of them.
maybe you have a victim complex and you think that nobody's engaging with you when they actually are. Maybe that's
So-
what's happening if you keep encountering this with everybody across the entire political spectrum that you talk with. You think, which is more likely? You're the
no.
problem, or every other person you ever talk to is the problem?
I'm just better than all of you. Anyways. Anyways.
He's on that hill.
Again,
on that hill.
you did not address my argument or his argument. Instead, you just consistently say, "Oh, actually, I'm attacking Scott's ideology and not the internal critique." Dario and Jesus Christ, now I can't think of the fucking Anthropic. What Dario and Anthropic are talking about here is some level of human involvement. Okay, so I will give you a historical reference to try and then grapple with, because you keep running away from what we mean when we say a human has to push the button. Okay, Stanislav Petrov, September 26, 1983. All of the warning systems that the USSR had showed that a nuclear launch was imminent from the United States. But it was a human that said, pushing the button is a big deal to start nuclear war. And I've seen similar things like this. Maybe this is a system error. That is what we are arguing. We are arguing that there are humans involved that say push the button, and that sometimes humans have calculable thoughts and analysis. Sometimes humans err as well, but that there is something to a human being able to be a part of that decision that makes the human have responsibility. Because the AI system does not have that responsibility. And the AI system is controlled by a handful of people, and that increases the likelihood of corruption. Because if only a handful of people are in charge of an entire army and everything that an army does, then that becomes a problem. But when you don't have that, you have heroes like Stanislav Petrov that didn't push the button, that waited to see if it was an error and avoided complete nuclear war, and none of us would be sitting here today if not for that person going, this might be some type of error system, and a human was involved at that level. You have to grapple with the actual argument that has been presented multiple times, which is that Anthropic is not against autonomous weapon systems. They are against autonomous weapon systems without any human review, with only a few people at the top having complete control over them.
All right, so you said this a couple times. I've consistently repeated, obviously, the level of human review, depending on how far you scale back, ultimately any kind of deployment of weapon systems is going to have some human involvement, but there is a question of how much human involvement. The bayonet has full human involvement. Dropping a bomb from 40,000 feet has some human involvement. Yes, you have a human pressing the button, but that bomb is going to land somewhere. It's going to blow a bunch of people up that bomber didn't necessarily intend to kill.
So like you're not really contending with the argument.
I am literally addressing the argument.
Because all you're saying is if someone presses a drone here and releases 1 million drones in what's called, was there actual human involvement? And the argument is obviously no, that isn't human involvement. Obviously, there needs to be more human involvement than what you're suggesting. When you're dropping a bomb when you're flying a plane and you're dropping a bomb over someone, right? There's someone flying the plane, there's someone manning the plane, there's someone observing the area on the ground, there's someone deciding to make the bomb drop, and then that's one bomb. Versus when you have one person deploying potentially like 40, 50, 60, 100, 1,000 drones, whatever it may be, with no fucking human observation, just going on a rampage. Those are two different things, right? That's the potential that we're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And so
all of you fucks would fail like a basic IQ fucking LSAT. Just driver is the car.
No one's a lawyer. No one's coming at this as a lawyer.
Stop. Driver is to car as pilot is to what? Unless you answer plane and you say, well, but a plane's not a car, then I can't deal with you. Like, yes, I understand there is a actual material technical difference between a rocket and a drone and a bomber. I understand this. What I'm trying to analyze is the underlying principle of human involvement with that form of warfare. That's what I'm talking about. So when you have a human being,
difference between the people flying the plane and then one person flying drones.
When you have a human being pressing a button that launches a drone swarm, this is like, yes, this is technically different than a human being pressing a button that launches an ICBM, which potentially could do more damage. You could blow up more people with an ICBM than with a drone swarm. So which really is more dangerous?
Well, it depends on how they're used, and right now, what Scott's saying
it depends on how they're used.
Right now, Scott's saying
it's almost like that's the fucking argument that I've presented multiple times.
When Anthropic came in, and they said the only regulation we have the only standard we have is that we need more human intervention when it comes to these drones being used, and then the government immediately drops them. To Scott's point,
that's Dario's position. That's no fucking argument. That's the debate.
And what I'm saying is, I fully agree or understand at least the competing position, which is maybe having a human involved at every one, like at more specific targeting than just sending a drone swarm. Maybe that would
put us at a disadvantage to China.
Maybe that would put the military that does that. Maybe that would put the military that does that at a critical disadvantage when it comes to real-life military scenarios. I can absolutely see this being the case, and Dario can absolutely see this being the case when it comes to Russia-Ukraine, where
we're at a disadvantage when we're fighting terrorists and they just go on rampage regimes and we just don't go on rampage regimes. Why don't we go on rampage regimes?
Pilots is going to be at a disadvantage compared to the one who can send drone swarms to cover an entire area of the front line.
So we should start doing jihad.
The country that doesn't have ICBMs is going to have a disadvantage to the country that does have ICBMs. What I'm saying is that clearly the Department of Defense is looking at this and saying there is some critical military application here that is important when it comes to autonomous drone swarms, which I can see the argument for. Now, if you look at this and do a
As
actual
does Dario.
risk, if you do an actual risk
Not
calculation
fully
and
automated.
you say, look, maybe it's true that you get an advantage by doing an autonomous drone swarm, but the advantage is not worth it because the overall risk to our domestic security from us having that technology is worse. You can do that and not be a Shining Hill fucking asshole. You can do that and actually be a reasonable person. I would just disagree
You're being
with
the
you on
unreasonable person.
I would just disagree with you. on
You're the
actual
unreasonable
empirics of
person
this.
here.
No,
You're
you
the
think- no,
unreasonable person
You think
here
everybody's unreasonable,
because-
right? You're better than
because
everybody.
Dario-
Sure.
I am. Yes,
This
I
is
yes,
am. I'm better than everyone
Wait,
except
the
better
myself.
than
I am the
everyone.
greatest
agrees with
human ever.
Scott this time. The issue is
But no,
Ellen
listen,
agreeing with
listen,
Scott,
very
so-
quickly.
Yeah.
No, hold on, pause. It's very simple. It's very simple. You understand that you agree with Dario. And that is the whole crux
Partially.
of the problem here, right? If you agree with Dario, right, and you understand that he agrees with you, then attacking the things that Dario agrees with is a moot point because the entire reason that this debate exists is that Dario does agree with you that these systems should exist, but that there is a severe risk to governments having control with limited oversight and with limited humans being able to say to push the button. And I said that to you in your own words. You go, see, me and Dario agree. So then why is it that we are having is it that we are having a debate? The reason that we are having a
So
debate is that
much less smart than you think you are. Like I've answered this
I-
4
I'm-
different times. You just can't.
I
You're not
promise
listening.
you.
You're not listening.
I
That's what it
promise
is.
you. I promise you that no, you're waffling and you're doing all kinds of bad
I'm
faith
not
arguments.
waffling.
Yes, you
I have
are.
been
You
answering
absolutely are.
If you want to scroll back, I promise you, I've answered every question.
I promise you, I
consistently
look
with
better
other
than
questions.
you. I promise.
First of
So-
all,
And that's
never
crazy
Just
from
look at
coming
you.
from the ANCAP.
No, I'm just sorry. Just look at you. That's clearly not true. Firstly,
Oh.
secondly,
Yes,
absolutely not. Okay. I understand
I
that I
do.
partially agree with Dario. When Dario says this is a
Okay,
very
so-
important technology and this is actually a very effective technology when it comes to warfare, yes. Where it seems like the break for me and Dario is, okay, I'm going to make this crystal fucking clear because apparently I got to spell everything out to you. The break where we actually do
Well, no, you just have to
disagree-
stop the
where we
sophistry and stop
actually-
being a little bitch running
Shut
from the
fuck up,
arguments.
Shut the fuck up. Where the actual disagreement that we have is that he seems to think that his red line here is crucial
Mm-hmm.
for maintaining a effective consequence, a good consequence. He thinks that actually helps hit the good consequence.
And he wrote a
think-
contract with that in it.
I think.
And you
that-
support
I
violating the
think-
contract.
Hey, Lila, pay attention. Jingle.
And
jingle,
punishing
jingle,
him.
jingle, jingle. What I think is that it actually
Mhm.
doesn't. I think that a country that doesn't have these restrictions on their warfare, specifically with autonomous drone swarms, is going to be they're going to have a massive advantage over the countries that do. And obviously, the Department
Right.
of Defense thinks so too.
So I actually,
Right. So
Yeah,
then
because
address
I
the
don't
actual
treat Hex's
fucking
judgment
problem.
on all
So-
sorts of consequential questions.
okay.
Yeah.
So I
Except
want to
genius.
So okay,
I
wanna
think
say
he's
two
probably
things here.
right here, based on my independent understanding of drone
I'm-
warfare.
I'm gonna go and say two things here. I have
But I
a
don't fully
question
agree
for
with him.
Doobie. I have a question for Doobie. So Doobie, get ready for that. I do have a question for you. But I think it's not that I'm coming to our friend Lactoid's side, but I think he's making an interesting point here, right? About like effective controls on U.S. power. In fact, I mean, what I've been saying this entire time, right, for like 2 years now, or almost 3 years now, is that we have no effective controls on our power, right? And that we use that power to do monstrous things, right? See Gaza. And who's been held to account to that?
Even
Fucking
giant
nobody.
corporations that write contracts can just be rewritten on a whim by the U.S. leadership,
but,
right?
But
Even giant
yeah.
corporations have no effective
Yeah, I
control
think that's more
over how their
Scott's
own
point is
systems are
the
used.
fucking with
Yeah.
them, fucking with them after the
So-
contract is, I think, the issue.
So,
For
but
Scott,
yeah, no,
man.
Can I
hear you.
address this specific issue?
Hold on,
Because
okay. Before you do that,
Sorry.
yeah, no problem. Blackter, don't worry. We're gonna yell at you some more.
Yeah,
later
no,
on,
I
so
just
you'll
like
plenty
I
of
have
time.
one response that'll just like
I'm not
end
gonna
that
Okay,
line
very
of
quickly.
argumentation.
Then I do want to continue with this. If you wanna,
Sure.
Have the
then-
one
So
response.
if truly and so the contract, the question of breaking the contract is interesting because there's one way you could argue, well, you know the Department of Defense has tremendous amounts of autonomy and authority when it comes to how their contracts are agreed to, and like that is sort of an understanding that you have when you make any contract with the DoD. But even if you don't want to go down that line of logic, which is I guess I can understand, the contract is up in 2027. So all they have to do then is wait until 2027 and then not renew.
Yeah.
And then then you have no problem with it? They just wait a year?
If they wait a year and they don't intentionally punish the company and treat them as an adversary because they dare think about civil liberties and reasonable restrictions on the state, then yeah. But that would be a totally different thing than what is currently occurring. So it's a moot point.
They can choose to do business with whatever companies they want to. If they decide not to do business with anybody, or sorry, not to buy any program,
they don't have the right. They're the state. They don't have the right to choose who they do business with. That's an insane proposition. That
under
only
this argument, then fucking Claude doesn't have a right because they're getting stolen money to complain about a contract being broken.
That's not true.
Are they not getting stolen money?
Absolutely, they are.
Is that legitimate? Getting stolen money from taxpayers to theft?
In America,
victims?
it is.
The individual that receives the individual that receives stolen money is not the one that is at fault for stealing the money. The state is. That's like saying
if they know it's stolen.
That's no. Well, every person that gets a Social Security check knows that they're getting stolen money.
Arguably, yes. And don't you think
Right.
that people should complain if
they're
don't
not
get Social
violating?
Security?
They're not the violation of the non-aggression principle because they're getting Social Security. They're not the ones that stole the money.
Hold on. Do you think because they signed a contract with the government to get Social Security, let's say they framed it in the form of contract, where they signed a contract with the government where they get Social Security, now do they have a right to it?
No, of course not. It's stolen money.
Oh,
None of these companies have a right to it.
but they signed a contract.
Okay, is this where you think you've
This is
got
where I think
me on
I
some
owned you. Yeah, I
conscious?
got you.
I got you
This is where I think I got you. Yeah.
Is this
yeah,
the
yeah.
intellectual
Yeah,
limit
yeah,
of
When mom and dad
Lactoid?
are
Yes,
fighting,
I've
it's
answered
actually
yes.
interesting.
This is where I got you. You think that you
You've
have a
got
right,
nothing.
that you think that if you have signed a contract with the government, that in this case you think that you have a right to
Mhm.
continue that contract and get money from the government. However, when it comes to
I
other
never said that.
situations,
I don't think that. That's not a
so you're, why are you
that would be a
complaining about the
contradiction.
government breaking
I
the
don't believe that.
contract with fucking Claude?
Because I obviously disagree with the state, right? And we can have that argument. We can turn this into an ANCAP panel where I trounce you again and
no,
again.
no, here, it will happen.
But I've been doing doing an internal critique the entire time, right? But even under my framework, I agree. Yes, Claude doesn't deserve that money because it's stolen money. The state doesn't deserve to exist, and Pete Hegseth should actually be skinned alive and publicly executed for a whole host of reasons beyond this one.
Every
But
president should
it
be
is,
too.
but is. Most of them, yes. Maybe except for like Grover Cleveland.
Most of them, except
Yeah.
for Grover Cleveland, every government official, NSA, everybody there.
Yeah,
Everybody,
I get
IRS.
I get that you're appealing. I get that you're appealing to the masses and appealing to a concept of absurdity that people that bomb innocent civilians and
You were
steal
appealing
money
like you
shouldn't
were
be
the reasonable
punished.
person earlier. Okay, I want to make
I
sure
am the
the
reasonable
audience
person here,
knows where
unlike
you're coming
you.
From. Yeah. Well, sorry.
Yeah,
unlike
yeah, no, I
everybody
get
else.
it. I get
Unlike
it.
everybody else
Every
in the world.
time, see, it's really funny is that I want you guys to go back. A majority of the time that the panel turns into an ANCAP discussion is not because I'm saying a bunch of ANCAP things. It's because people like Lactoid are losing against my arguments, so they pull it back to ANCAP to attack my ideology because they can't deal with the arguments that I've presented. Anyways,
I did not lose to any argument.
even under my
you keep
value
feelings
system.
appealing when it comes to killing death machines, skinned alive.
Yeah, because you're a consequentialist. Your ideology is vibes, you retard.
We got to skin
You
the
have
government
no
alive.
philosophical basis
keep
for anything
appealing
other than your
to
vibes.
emotion. You keep appealing to emotion, and you keep doing
Yeah, that's
this
called rhetoric.
to
I have to
address and
appeal
get
to
your
emotions
argument to your fucking
because
audience
people
of
like you abandon reason and
You
logic.
have no right to fucking appeal to emotions. Your emotions are
Why
fucking
not?
terrible. You've been ranting
Why not?
about how the fucking most presidents should be skinned alive, motherfucker.
And there he goes. He puts it back onto the ideology
Because that's
because
an
he can't win the
emotional point.
argument.
There's no
You
logic
can't
to
win the
this.
arguments.
No, there's no
You're a
logic.
pussy who
Oh my
runs
fucking
and
God.
tries
I haven't tried-
to
all right,
meme
okay.
on
Say
my
this to
ideology.
everybody. I'm attacking. No, whoa, I am attacking you now.
I don't
because
say
you
it
do
to
this
everybody.
You do.
I
yes,
don't
you
say
do.
it to everybody.
I
No, I
will go
don't.
back. I will go back and I will find the vast majority of the time when you're debating somebody, eventually it'll get
Vast
to the point-
majority
it'll
sounds like a new
it'll
goalpost
eventually-
shift.
eventually
It's
it'll
now
get-
it's a vast majority. It was everybody.
You are
Okay.
actually a dancing
Let's-
monkey. Like, this is crazy. Like,
let's okay.
Yeah, I get it.
That's-
Dancing monkey.
Dancing
okay,
let's
okay.
let's talk about ANCAP,
Circus monkey.
right?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
all you've got, buddy,
It's
because you can't win the
okay.
argument.
Dance for me, monkey. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go on your spiel
okay,
again.
Okay. All right. So I was gonna say something nice about Lactoid. Okay. All right. Look at me. It's just that, like, I think I was just saying before. Well, one, he can't count because he was gonna make one argument. All right. 7 minutes later.
I got carried away.
No problem, friend. Yeah, I think you have a point there on what is actual effective democratic controls, right? And like what is actually imaginary, right? I think you make a really good point about like the NSA, right? Like who actually got punished, right? And so if we have like, you know, a new type of weapon, right? Will it actually make any sort of significant difference in how institutions function? Maybe not, right? I don't think that's that's an invalid argument. So I'll just leave it at that. But I did have a question for my friend Doobie. Hopefully he's ready for me. Are you there, friend?
I'm listening. I'm just grabbing a drink.
Sure. So I just want to see if I can mess with the fault lines here, right? And maybe shift this conversation a little bit. So our friend Doobie has very interesting ideas as to what the government should and shouldn't be doing, right? If you push him on him, you don't have to actually push him very hard, actually. He's quite free with his ideology. So, Doobie, you have said many times in the past, right, that you believe governments should take a firmer hand in like managing the civilian population for their own good, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, right. And so I'm wondering, right, because I brought this up with our friend Lactoid, right? So I'll throw it to you about this idea of mass surveillance through AI, right? We can come up with a whole list of benefits, right? If the government, right, the responsible government officials had more insight into what we're all up to, right? Whatever freakish shit Lactoid jerks off to, right? If we had insight into that, right, we could protect people, right? Like seriously, like we could actually protect children, right? We could protect, women. We could protect all kinds of people, right? If we had more insight as to what the population was doing. So, would you be against the government using that power for good, for the good of man?
No, I wouldn't. I think I'm okay with the government. I think when we say like mass surveillance, like what do we exactly mean by mass surveillance, right? So like, does it mean that they are going to go through, like they're scanning through all publicly available information and that's mass surveillance? Or are they like actually actively in your computer tracking whatever the fuck you're doing on your phone or whatever the fuck? Like, I think that I would have an issue with, just I think people do have a right to some kind of privacy. But if you're putting public information out there and you're agreeing to TOS that says they're going to give the information to the government, I'm okay with them doing that. Like, I'm okay with that happening. So yeah, I think we would need to be clear about exactly what we mean by mass surveillance or data collection.
Well, let me do exactly that then, right? I forget if we actually managed to talk about it here. I might have put the topic off for reasons. But there was the prompt that I sent, most of you here, about the Flock security cameras, right? Like this is a new type of it's a new level of surveillance using old technology, right? Using like a car, like a driver license reader, right? Cameras at various places to create a overall like nationwide network, right? Of surveillance that officers, right? Just they don't need a subpoena, right? I think to a warrant. Sorry, excuse me, warrant to get that information. They can just access it, right? And then, as we saw during the Super Bowl, Ring was going to tag team with Flock and use their surveillance systems together, right? Basically, like give them access to their Ring cameras and all that. So in that case, right, just what you said,
Yeah.
people have agreed to the TOS, yes, and two things. One, like for Ring specifically, yes, they agree with the TOS, right? And for their setup, it will be an opt-out situation, right? So you have to go into your settings and actually say no. But also, if they did go through with this partnership with Flock, right? Well, they didn't agree to that necessarily. And the where Flock puts its cameras, right? They put them in all sorts of places, right? They didn't. Maybe you agreed to like having the camera there. Let's say if it even was on your property, you might have agreed to have the camera there, but you didn't agree to anything else. And if it is not on your property, but it's just like directed towards your property, then you had no say in it at all, right? There's this one individual who found out that Flock tracked them like some number of thousands of times just because the camera was outside their home and there's no way they could have avoided. Just like every time they go in, it's another data point. So, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm totally okay with that. I think that people having an issue with this, and I think Ring backed off of that, if I remember correctly. I think that's a tragedy, to be honest with you. I think that if we had some kind of network like this that did use Ring cameras that are already in people's doors and whatnot, I think we probably have way more missing children being found, way more crimes being solved, right? Because the police don't need to track all the shit down. It's in there, and maybe I think there was like if I remember, I think I saw the commercial like afterwards. I didn't watch the Super Bowl because I'm not a fucking caveman. But I remember in the commercial, there's some like someone lost a dog, and then this thing was able to in real time say, "Hey, your dog is here," right? I think that would be very helpful, very beneficial to society, and I think it's sad that they are pulling it back.
I mean,
Thoughts?
you can just get a fucking RFID chip for your dog, right? Like you don't need a
Sure.
mass
you
surveillance
know-
state to find your missing dog.
Yeah, but okay, I don't know if I'd call that a mass surveillance state. Maybe it's like on the line. But I think that there are cases where like an elderly grandparent or something might have like dementia and they wander off and they get lost and they die on the side of the road or something. Or
For
a
sure. I'm
child-
just saying, right?
Like,
Like,
I think
there's
I
a
think these kinds of
solution to
things-
these problems without a surveillance state.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd consider this like a surveillance state. And if it were, I don't think I have an issue with this kind of surveillance state.
Could you
I
define
have an issue
what
with
you-
like
Can
I have
we
an issue with,
define
like-
the terms? Like, what do you think a mass surveillance?
so when I
like,
think
where's
of
the
like
line?
when I think of
Yeah.
well, my line I think I said earlier is
Corey
like
and you, Chris, later
is
on.
them getting into your phone, your computer
Right.
without your consent. Like these kinds of like private. I think I would consider this to be like private areas, right? Private digital spaces. Getting into these without your consent and fishing around, whatever. That I have an issue with. But if you're walking out in public, where you typically don't even have a right. Where it's like it's totally illegal for somebody to record you anyway. Somebody's just like walking by with your phone and you happen to be out in public, they can record you illegally. I think if you're in one of these spaces, you should really expect to be recorded, to be on camera.
Did you ever watch the Edward Snowden documentary? Not the like
I watched the one
Hollywood
with
version.
Glenn Greenwald where he like interviewed him. I
Right.
think that was him.
Yeah.
I watched
So
that one.
I think this was like one of the first times most people were introduced to the concept of metadata. Right. And so
Yeah.
like I kind of agree with you in principle that you don't have a right to privacy when you're on the public sidewalk or if you're at the mall, right? You don't have a right to privacy on someone else's private property. But I think two things are concerning here with this delineation as you put forward. Number one, they are in your cell phone, right? Like that
Yeah.
they were in
Yeah.
your cell phone when Edward Snowden was talking about it, and no one went to jail and nothing really got stopped except FISA courts got more secret. That's the only thing that fucking stopped. And people that lied to Congress now literally work for CNN and ABC and MSNBC, right? And so we know that is also happening. And then again, like that activist was talking about, is it's the combination of both of those data points that makes it so scary, because now it is the GPS location of your phone, the online communications that you have, the login passwords at the company you work for, the proprietary information that was being sent between companies in Brazil, where the government was spying on other companies to steal research and development from private corporations in other countries. And then it's the metadata of the cameras linking all of that together. And I think the real fear here when we talk about mass surveillance in the AI space is, again, there's no reason for me to reinvent the wheel when the CEO of of Anthropic puts it so succinctly. If recording devices can be built or commandeered, it might be frighteningly possible to simply generate a complete list of anyone who disagrees with the government on any number of issues, even if such disagreement isn't explicit in anything they say or do. A powerful AI looking across billions of conversations from millions of people could gauge public sentiment, detect pockets of disloyalty forming, and stamp them out before they ever have an opportunity to grow. This could lead to the imposition of a true panopticon on a scale that we don't see today, even with the CCP.
Yeah, do you remember? I'm sure you guys watched Captain America: Winter Soldier, right? So I think
I
this
watched
is
it when
the
it
last-
came out.
One of the last good Marvel films. Okay,
It's a really good
that's
one,
kind of the plot, right? If I remember correctly, it's like they have these like the Insight helicarriers, whatever, and it has an AI that is scanning everybody, and they're picking out specific people that are detrimental to Hydra in some way or might resist Hydra in some way. And the end of that is them saying, "Hey, if I press this button, these helicarriers are going to kill all these people, right?" And then all of the resistance will be wiped out because this AI determined that they might resist this or be detrimental to Hydra in the future. Like that's kind of what we're talking about, right? So
yeah,
I totally understand that fear. I think it's a real fear. I don't think this is like something that I could imagine the government doing. Right? Absolutely, I can imagine doing this.
Yeah, I think like the idea is like we all like a philosopher king. I think most of us actually like the concept of a philosopher king, or at the very least, conservatives do. But the problem is when the king's son is a fucking crazy retard, right?
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's the problem with that was supposedly solved by the concept of democracy and elections, right? Obviously I have different takes on that, is that power is meaningfully gauged by the public in some way. And I think that is what is the concern of Anthropic and why they had red lines, is because utilization of technology into a very small number of hands of the executive branch that is allowed to classify everything as a state secret gets rid of any concept of democracy or the will of the people in any way, shape, or form, when even individual soldiers have no say in the process in what an army does.
Let's let in Corey. You want to
Well, I was
make
gonna
a statement, and then I want to let Corey, and I'm sure Yukos has something to say.
Well, I want to kind of gauge where Lactoid and Scott are.
It's not clear yet?
I feel like you guys aren't that well. I feel like you're not that far apart. Actually,
They're aligned now.
So there are. We have an example of something like this, AI targeting thing happening. This automated, like totally autonomous AI killing people. Something's kind of on the line right there, right? In that with I think it was the Gospel, Lavender, these AI that Israel used in Gaza. It would give them thousands of targets, buildings and people. Right, buildings that the AI said would be.
It's close, but the human review existed in that there was a target list.
Yes, but in the human review, I mean, reports said that most of these it was supposed to be reviewed. Most of them weren't really reviewed. Right, they would just give the okay. AI said it's okay, so I'm gonna push a button, and they said that AI had like I think it was like up to 10% error rate, right? And they were just killing all these fucking people, and 1 out of 10 of these people might have been totally innocent, right? So. And the way that they, of course, like structured who was a threat or related to Hamas was also very loose, right? So it was pulling up people that said, "Oh, well, this guy has a phone that was used by somebody in Hamas three or 4 years ago, so obviously he's in Hamas now."
What's the error?
So like, I'm wondering, like,
targeter?
well, yeah, that's the thing I was going to say. So I'm wondering, like, is that actually like worse than some dude, right, looking at the same information and coming to a determination? And I don't know. I think
the answer is yes. And I think the answer is yes meaningfully because for two reasons. Number one is that a human bears the brunt of responsibility for the actions that they take. And so the human knows, even if their error rate is higher, the human knows that if they make a mistake, obviously depends upon the structure of the military and the tribunals, et cetera, right? And that is something we can talk about, like, are they punished enough for mistakes they make, et cetera, right? But but the human knows that. And number two, when you are talking about what Anthropic wants, or right from a neoliberal perspective that they want the combination of these two things. That's what they want. They want to stop the government from saying the machine just does it, and say, okay, the machine gives you all of the data instantaneously, and then the human is that check against the error rate of the machine, is that human element that has an element of risk where they take responsibility for the final decision. And it's the combination of those two things that ought, maybe not, maybe it doesn't, but ought reduce that error rate from both entities, right? Because one
Right.
is the AI model and the other is the human that takes on the element of risk. And like, what is, like the human can go, oh, wait, hold a minute. The data says you got this from a 3-year-old Hamas phone. Can we check that again? And then the computer checks it again and goes, ooh, we're only 88% sure on this. And then they go, no, don't push the button. Like that's the real
being
goal
responsible,
from
being
their
held
perspective.
accountable. Like there's an incentive to make it better, right?
Right.
Because if they fuck up, there are consequences. So I agree with you there. I'm just wondering, like, I don't know, Lactoid.
I can answer.
Well, so Lactoid, are you saying that if the government wanted to develop a program like this and then say, hey, we're going to hand it over to the AI, and the AI can autonomously decide who gets killed, do you think we should move in that direction because China or Russia?
I think it might be it might be necessary in certain theaters. So I'll answer both. Like, there's the first part of this, which is what do I think is a more effective targeting system, AI or humans? I don't know for sure. You're saying a 10% error targeting rate. I don't know what a human's is. My intuition is that it's a lot higher. I just keep thinking about that one scene from Full Metal Jacket where it's like, if they're running, they're a VC. If they're standing still, they're a well-disciplined VC, as he's just gunning down all these civilians that are out in the rice paddies.
Right.
And I mean, this is like war. This is most of warfare, right? You see something, you don't know what it is, you're shooting it. I mean, this is where friendly fire happens all the time.
Or stabbing it.
Fog of war is awful, and 10%. That sounds terrifying, and I think people have like same thing with like self-driving cars. People have like a more like a greater fear response as to a self-driving car hitting them. But in reality, human drivers are probably much more dangerous, right? Like, yes, I understand there's like this concept of accountability, but I'm not super convinced that this is really all that much of a thing, going back to my Full Metal Jacket example. But then also you brought up the bombing in Gaza. I'm not sure how many people have really been held accountable for, the shit that you're talking about there.
Fucking none.
So
Right. But I mean, there's another Hollywood example, right? I'm sorry. I thought you were done. My bad.
Real quick, the second part is, well, why not the best of both worlds? Why don't we just have the AI be the perfect targeting system and then a human do like the final decision? I agree. This is like the ideal would be to put as many safeguards in place as possible between you and the target. Ideally, we wouldn't even have explosives. We would have like pinpoint tungsten,
lasers.
like lasers or whatever, like
Israel used in Iran and like prove they had the whole time.
Yes,
It was like, oh, you took out that scientist in an apartment. Why couldn't you do that shit in Gaza?
No, it literally, yeah, like shit where you just like
I was like,
lasering
hey.
people. It's like if that would be the ideal, right? But I'm also cognizant of the fact that I don't think this is always realistic in warfare situations, and I understand that high yield explosives might be important, might be necessary, and I also understand that it could be the case that there are situations in which having a human being to press the final button might not be feasible. And the example that I'm just thinking about is, once again, just like the drone swarm situation where you don't have enough FPV flyers, but you have a shit ton of drones and you have a front line full of enemies. I mean, what the fuck are you gonna do?
But this is like the whole plot. Kind of, I think it's interesting. Because I think this is the plot of iRobot, right?
Mm-hmm.
In iRobot, he was driving and a car accident occurred, and then a robot had to choose between saving the little girl or saving him, and he hated and had a disdain and a natural inclination against AI that was maybe somewhat unreasonable, because a robot chose to save him because there was a higher percentage of saving his life than it was to save the girl. And there was something like every human being kind of understood saving that little girl would have been the right choice. And yet the robot couldn't quite understand that because of, a cold calculated mathematical equation that it did. And then later on in the film, or not much later on in the film, the robots go to attack him. And yes, he has a self-driving vehicle, but in the event that something happens, he was able to turn off the self-driving system and manually drive, and that saved his life. And I think that's kind of what Anthropic is talking about, is that there ought be guardrails. There ought be a system where you can push the button and drive the car yourself if it's necessary.
Sorry,
And that was their red line.
I gotta let in some other people. Corey, and then Eucharist. Yeah.
So Doobie, just to maybe clarify your position better, or to understand it. So, and I'm sure probably the law functions this way in reality, but are you essentially like you operate under the principle like as soon as you step out of your home, like there's no reasonable expectation of your privacy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure probably the law more or less functions like that. And so it seems like you're on board with like
Sort
these
of.
flock. Yeah, I'm sure you could probably provide more clarity. But the flock, you seem to be on board with the flock cameras and like
Yeah.
the Ring doorbells. So, but what if like if that flock camera is like pointed towards like your window? Is that like permissible to you?
Well, if it's pointed like into your house,
No,
yeah, I-
because I'm assuming these are on like whatever, maybe like street lamps or something. Like it could just be like
Yeah,
tilted like, towards you, your home.
I mean, hold on. Yeah, if it's
They're
looking at
fucking
the house,
everywhere.
I really don't. I mean, I don't really have an issue with that. If it's looking into a window and they're gonna like catch me, getting dressed or something like that, I'd have an issue with
Or
that.
cooking your meth.
For privacy, or cooking your meth. I'd have an issue for that, just like privacy reasons, of course. But like, I feel like there should be. I mean, the way that in an ideal world, the way that I'd want it to operate is if they're gonna put something there facing your house, and there's no way to change it for whatever fucking reason, I would want them to have your consent before they do it.
Okay.
Or some kind of an agreement, some kind of something, right, to mitigate that risk of your privacy being
Okay,
being violated.
but then would you be against these flock cameras if or when like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the future, these cameras have the technology to see through walls?
Yeah, I think. Well, I'd have an issue with them being pointed at homes at that point. Yeah.
Well, you could point them. Well, at that point, the pointing doesn't really matter all that much aside from the
Yeah.
data
Sure.
reason.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and so I think that's understandable. I think that says something. But you also brought up like a line for you is like you don't want scanning cell phones in your personal computer. Is that more or less like a
Yeah.
sentiment? Okay.
Yeah.
But it seems like you're making the calculation, the understandable calculation, like would these flock cameras, okay, and these Ring doorbells, that child abductions will go down. People will find their lost dogs and cats. Could you not make sort of a utilitarian calculus? Because I think we do pay a cost to complete privacy. Not that I'm saying we have that, but let's say, for example, would you be against Apple, scanning your phone or specifically the photos in your phone to look for things?
I think they already do this. So
I know they. I don't think they do.
I think they do with like CSAM, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, but Apple explicitly, I believe, does not do this. Unless things have changed the past few years because Lockdown would probably provide more clarity. But from what I understand of the laws, like if it's found, it has to be mandatory reported, and Apple doesn't want to scan because if they scan and they find it, they have to mandatorily report it. Okay, and like many companies operate this way, where I think again.
No, there's so there was a trick on Discord a couple years ago. I'm sure it still works actually, where there's like a photo of some kid eating popcorn. Nothing inappropriate about the photo, just some kid eating popcorn. And if you posted that photo on Discord, your account would be automatically banned like a few minutes later. And the reason for that is that photo is it's pulled from a video that is CSAM, right? So in all these videos, there's like a list of like known videos that they have, where and they mark these videos with I forget how they do it, but they mark it with some kind of like numbers within the fucking video or something like that.
Yeah.
And if Discord detects it, or Google detects it, or Apple detects it, and you've posted it somewhere, or it's on your computer or on your phone, it's automatically reported because they're aware of this batch of things and they have an obligation to report them.
It doesn't surprise me that Discord or let's say Google or even like Facebook or Meta like report it, but I'm pretty sure. But again, last I checked, but this was like a couple of years ago, like because like I'm pretty sure people remember these commercials, Apple commercials, like we take your privacy super seriously. Like, am I
Maybe they still talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Because like that's like I think one of their whole selling points. It's like of like, and I think there have been cases of like actual law enforcement wants to like unlock this Apple phone, and Apple's like, sorry, we can't do that for you. We even lock ourselves out of their phones because like they're all about privacy.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Apple, but I know that Google does it. In fact, I remember a story recently where they found where something was like caught on a drive or something, and they reported it.
Yeah,
like a Google Drive.
but then would you like be okay? Because I don't know to what extent, but like let's say if through scanning photos on your cell phone or like pretty much scanning your everything on your phone, if this resulted in pretty much the complete nullification of CSAM, would you be okay with that?
I might actually be okay with that. Yeah, and I mean not scanning everything on your phone, but maybe the photos. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that actually.
But would you be okay with it if there was absolutely zero human review and the AI just decided to put you in prison, even if
All your
it's just a
popcorn photos
random
getting
picture of
flagged,
popcorn?
Ruby.
Right? Like you it's almost like you would want human review for this AI system, right?
Yeah.
Like almost like there should be a human to go, wait a minute, that's just a picture of popcorn.
That's one of the problems is that like there's sadly, horrifically, there's so much that no human, you have to have everyone on the planet like looking at these photos.
Well, maybe a human should look at it before you go to prison, right? Like you could have an AI system that flags it all, right? But like if you're going to put someone in prison, or I don't know, have a weapon automatically blow their brains out, there should be like some human that goes, it's a bad idea to blow the brains out of these people at this wedding. They're just dancing or they're just shooting guns in the air because it's a wedding celebration.
Let's let our friend Eucharist in, and then we'll go to Lactoid.
I feel like I like had a moment where I like saw the Matrix, or I like ascended the Galaxy Brain meme. I just realized in the course of this conversation that Lactoid is he's not a libertarian. He's actually just a technocrat as long as the AI is the technocrat. And so if he can be convinced that AI is more accurate than a human, then he'll support it. And so his consequentialist intuitions, I think, are stronger than ours. And that's why we've been going in circles. So let me give a couple examples, I think, of like where Lactoid's intuitions, I think, would differ from most normal human brains, right? So if you give people, and don't ask me for data on this, I could find the study later, but I don't care to right now. I'm just going to, just trust me. If you poll people on a hypothetical, which is, okay.
You're not against me, so I trust you explicitly.
Amazing. So if you poll people on this hypothetical, right? So this hypothetical is, okay, an LLM can diagnose medical imaging 10 to 15% more accurately than a doctor without assistance. Would you support LLM use in this context? Most people say yes. But then you change the hypothetical to an LLM is 10 to 15% more accurate than a career judge at determining recidivism rates and bail hearings. Would you support LLM use in this context? Most people say no, because the intuition is in these situations that involve life and liberty, we want a human being that we can point to hold them accountable. But I've ascended because I've realized the conversation is boring, because all we have to do is convince Lactoid that the autonomous drones are going to do more bad than good, and he will change his mind. So what we need to do is Clockwork Orange strap him to a chair and force feed him Black Mirror and Terminator until he comes to realize that we've been correct the whole time.
The seasoned boots are too. The boots are too seasoned for him. All right, it's just they're too enticing.
If I could
they're
respond,
too enticing.
If I could respond,
addictive.
like, as good as Hollywood, as Hollywood may be as representing reality, I don't know if the Terminator would really be able to move me on this. So look to answer both of your questions. LLM medical imaging, obviously yes. LLM 10 to 15 times more effective than a judge. I would say yes, actually, and I'm surprised that most people would say no. As a lawyer who has like litigated cases, judges are famously now, of course, none of the ones that I ever go in front of, they're all great and fantastic, and
no, they're amazing. Yeah,
but judges themselves, the aggregate, okay, are pretty like hilariously, bad.
Bias.
On a lot of things, right? Like there's studies done where it's like judges,
like when they eat.
Yeah, the sentencing.
Yeah, like when it's lunchtime.
Before lunch.
Before lunch, their sentences are and penalties, everything are a little longer and more harsh. And then after they get a little bit of lunch, they feel a little better.
Quick question. if someone has been convicted of at least 40 offenses, many of which are violent, do you support always putting those people on trial on the docket right before lunch?
Do you support adding them to the mandatory drone targeting list
The
that
mandatory.
Pete Hegseth is developing?
The
I'm
mandatory
just saying,
before- Yeah, the
how
mandatory-
many
I'm sorry.
arenas wouldn't be stabbed if only people with 40 or more convictions of some kind were sentenced right before lunch?
I forgot one more meme, which is this is the only conversation I've ever heard someone with their full chest say, "I must be right. Pete Hegseth agrees with me." Former Fox News host,
Not why I'm right.
champagne dunk tank Pete Hegseth agrees with me, and so I'm correct. It's amazing. Oh my goodness! Sorry,
One
that
of-
was the
that's one
last
of-
meme.
That's one of many reasons, okay. But as to the, I think it's fine. Because for me, the principle here is innocent people not going to prison and guilty people going to prison. For me, that's the principle is you're doing the wrong thing when you're hurting
Right.
somebody. Like when that person who's now sitting in a cage, good. Hold on, real quick. Good for them that there's a human accountable in this sort of abstract sense. I'm sure they're really appreciative of that now that they're sitting behind bars for 20 years, because they were one of the ones that they were wrongly convicted when they wouldn't have been had a more effective AI, a proven more effective AI, been responsible for their case. So yeah, if you can give me a better mousetrap, if you can give me a system that uses AI to not lock up innocent people as often, you bet your fucking ass I'm going to take that. 10 to 15 times?
Why does
No,
the AI
it was,
just do everything?
it's 10 to 15% was the hypothetical, and it's also
I
very
heard
importantly.
times.
Okay, I'm sorry. I meant percent. If I said times, that was my fault.
If it was times, would you agree with it?
Hold on. Also, the hypothetical. Hold on. Also, the hypothetical is about bail hearings and recidivism, so that it's slightly different than false convictions, right? So I might, if we could snap our fingers and have fewer false convictions, that'd be great. But this is specifically about where judgment is employed most often in the criminal justice system. In this sense, is okay. There's a person in front of me, and I have to make a calculation about their likelihood of reoffending and what the consequences of that will be. Do I give this person another chance or not?
Bail hearing still involves a cage, right? Like if you deny somebody
does.
bail when otherwise could have been bailed out and they're sitting in a cage. So if it was 10 to 15 times better, would you then support it?
No, not necessarily, because I still have the human intuition. I'm a human chauvinist. Okay, I don't like the AIs. So
15
yeah,
times.
the filthy clankers can go die in a hole. I just I don't know if that slur is allowed still on
but this
Twitch or not,
affects humans, right? Now, like you're saying you're a human chauvinist. 15 times more humans now are subject to a system
Yeah,
that gets it wrong.
I would rather suffer in a gladiatorial arena with humans than fight the mechs. Yeah, 100%. Like if it's a choice between Skynet and other people killing me, I'll take
Sure.
humans. Yeah,
One more question. Why, if that's the case, would you answer yes to the medical imaging question? And if so, why?
I wouldn't want autonomous medical imaging. I would want doctor oversight. Actually,
even if it's 10 to 15 times worse.
Well, again, the hypothetical is 50%. If I said times, that's my fault.
If it was,
well, then I would want it to be a collaboration between a human using a tool and making a judgment on the basis of that tool and its effectiveness.
Well, what if
wait,
the human introduced error?
Yes. What if the human introduced error to an appreciable rate that made it worse?
I'd be fine
He's
with
okay with that error.
Okay,
Yeah,
you'd
I'd
be
be-
fine with that.
Yeah.
With more
I
people
think-
dying of whatever medical condition.
I remember like not that long ago, maybe it was like roughly a year ago, there was this video that was going around, and I know you follow the Ukraine-Russia war pretty closely, so I'm assuming you saw this. And it was a drone footage video where the Ukrainian like government had even tweeted it out, or like a representative from the government, not the government, right, but a representative from the government. And it was a drone footage, and it was of a drone like toying with a Russian soldier
There's a
and
lot of
then
those
blowing
videos.
up on him. Right? But the one in particular that I remember, I saw it and they were bragging about it. And then I looked at it closer and I saw they had no unit patches and they had no shoelaces on their boots. And I was like, okay, this is very clearly a prisoner of war. And they're using prisoners of war and trying to get them to run away from the drone so that the human pilots can be better trained on blowing up people that are fleeing, right? Potentially Russian conscripts, right? That are there of no fault of their own because they're forced to go into the military, fleeing for their lives as they blow them up as they attempt to run away. And
call the orcs
my question
too, while they do that.
call the orcs while you're right. And so my question to you is imagine a scenario, right? Like an option A, option B. Under option A, do you think the drone pilots and the people that made the decision to take captured prisoners of war and torture and test weapon systems on them should be held accountable for those decisions?
They should. They won't.
Right. They should, they won't is most likely the right thing, right? And so my second question is would it be better if an AI was doing that to those Russian POWs as opposed to an individual soldier that we at least have the potential to punish?
I actually think an AI, specifically in that scenario, would probably do it less. This is going to sound paradoxical, but I actually think there would be more oversight, because what would happen is there would be the code. We would have some access to the code, right? We would say, hey, look, you're going to give us access to this code, otherwise you're not going to get our shit. And when it comes to like the individual level, especially individuals like with PTSD who are pushed into war situations, they become monsters pretty quickly when it comes to being in war, right? They have to justify shit to themselves. They get involved, like, blowing up prisoners of war, civilians. It's awful.
Okay, but let's not change the analogy.
I'm not changing the analogy. What I'm saying is that an AI.
Well, you did.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying if they were AI, like, we would have more oversight to make sure the code's not doing that. You wouldn't need to train drone operators to hunt down
But in the
POWs.
analogy, it does do that.
But let's just say, for example, that there's a limited number of people, like I don't know, like only a couple of people in the Pentagon and the president, right, that have access to this because these are state secrets on our weapons defense systems, and they've gotten rid of companies, I don't know, like Anthropic, that had red lines on systems like this, right?
Yeah.
And instead it was open AI drones, and all of this was classified information, so we never actually saw those videos because there doesn't even need to be a pilot, so there doesn't even need to be per se a recorded video somewhere. And it was the AI doing this, and it was only a few people in charge of this, right?
Yeah.
What do you think is it better because it's an AI and not a human, or is it better because a human can be held responsible, and because there is a chain of command of people that failed that we can punish?
Does it lead to, this is critically important, does it lead to
Okay.
more of these atrocities, or are we assuming the same level? Because I objected before.
I mean, I don't know, right? But let's assume for the sake of argument. Let's assume for the sake of argument that it leads to more atrocities in the form of that warfare. Hold on, pause. But let's also assume for the sake of argument that it leads to a shorter war. So the percentage during war is more atrocities because the state has more control over it and there's no oversight, but the war is more effective and therefore there's less overall deaths.
Yeah, it could be. It would depend on like the additional length of the war compared to the harm associated with the additional atrocities.
Right. Well, let's just assume the war is more brutal and there's more rights violations and there's more brutal killings of innocent POWs. No. As a ratio, but the war is more effective because the fighting tool is more effective. Therefore, there's less innocent deaths.
Right, I understand, but when you're saying there's less innocent deaths, are you saying like there's less innocent deaths per year, or are you saying despite the other?
I'm saying per capita. I'm saying per capita, there's more innocent deaths and there's more atrocities
over the scope of the whole war.
But overall, there's less death because the war is ended quicker because this technology is so effective.
Than that one. If there's less overall atrocities and death.
So you're okay. I think I have nothing against that. You are purely a consequentialist, devoid of anything else. You have no moral compass other than pure numbers.
No, but once again, I'm gonna like. This is the same objection I had to.
You double down on your philosophy, and that's fine. That's your philosophy.
Sure.
I think it's monstrous.
As long as you know I'm being good faith and accurately describing my philosophy. The objection, I think, to the counter of this, or to the different answer, would be the same objection that I gave to Eucharist, which is, like, for me, the principle here is not violating human rights, which is what happens when you blow prisoners of war up and when you blow up civilians. And if you're giving me two options, one where objectively more people are having this subjected to them, more suffering, more rights violations compared to an alternative that has less of that, yeah, I'm for sure going to take the option that is less. I'd prefer a shorter war.
Yeah.
Now, I can imagine a shorter war that is far worse in terms of far more atrocities, in which all of a sudden, no, then it's not okay, right? Because that level of atrocities outweighs even the longer war. I actually think the alternative is monstrous. I think the idea of saying
Right.
like, well, there is like some weird preference I have to things not happening within a certain temporal period of time, and because of that, I'm going to subject more people to suffering. Or I guess with Eucharist, I have this sort of like undescribable chauvinism against clankers, in his words, and so, therefore I'm going to doom more humans to cancer. For me, this is monstrous. I would prefer a system
No,
in which you don't have more people getting blown up, or cancer, or locked in a cage, or all the terrible shit that happens to human
Right.
beings.
So,
If you wanted me
you've
to-
activated. Hold on. Let me finish
Yeah.
because the line of questioning is almost over. So now that we've accepted that we're willing to take a large level of, we were willing to take a majority of the human control and leave it to a very small group of people within the state where it is majority secret, but the overall consequence is that this war is less long, less brutal, and more effective. I completely agree, but I think this isolates the very moral evil of consequentialism, is because it does a calculus on these things in a limited number of time. Because what you have just done is you have created an authoritarian state that has no oversight and no control, and no one really understands the brutality of the war that is occurring, and you have incentivized more war and more expansion and more imperial control, and the overall effect is going to be more death and suffering in the long term.
No.
Um,
No.
I'd
What I
like
was doing,
to-
what I was doing is I was working within the hypothetical you gave me, because I'm good faith and I'm going to deal within the parameters of the hypothetical you give me. If within any consequential analysis, if you want to add in things outside the hypothetical, like you just did, you want to change the question to say, well, but this the system required to generate this type of warfare, like factor in the consequences of that's going to have on society and these overall negative consequences, then that could shift me against it, right? If you want to add in
Right.
more things, that could shift my analysis.
Right, but that's
and
the
what
right,
I'm doing.
That's the internal critique of consequentialism that I gave you.
No,
right?
all you're
is
doing is
that
adding more
It's
me-
always
no,
right,
you're not-
but that's the thing, is that you always work with imperfect knowledge. So when your moral framework is based off of a calculus of what is right or wrong, based purely on the numbers of like human lives or things of that nature, is that there are always unintended consequences and errors within that calculation, and that is why morality
I'm factoring
that is
that in.
strictly consequential has this problem baked in, which is the human subjective bias of being able to isolate those variables.
No, but-
That is why I did that. This isn't a goalpost shift or some dirty tactic. It's showcasing the weakness of consequentialism
okay,
and
I
why it
don't think
leads
it
to
does.
bad outcomes, even under your framework
No.
of valuing outcomes.
But here, I don't think it. I don't think it does.
I mean, that's why rule
no,
utilitarianism
no,
was invented, bro.
Let's
No.
let's let Hector respond.
I don't think it does. I think that if you are a consequentialist and you are given more input into your internal algorithm, yes, your goal is to, as with all scientific endeavors, your goal is to go through and pull as much input as you possibly can to make the decision based on whatever, like your own personal moral calculus, your algorithm. This is why they call it a moral calculus. The reason why I answered the way I did before is because I was playing within the bounds of the hypothetical that you gave me. I reject the following conclusion that you made when you said this is the problem with consequentialism. They're always ignoring these unintended consequences. I'm factoring that in. I'm factoring in the risk of unintended consequences whenever I make any decision. If I shoot a gun in the air, I am factoring in the risk of that bullet, entirely unattendedly, to hit somebody several miles away. Now, I should still be factoring this in. I shouldn't just have a rule of it is always okay to shoot a gun in the air. Like, no, because you have to think further beyond that. What if I shoot a gun
Right.
and then
You
it hits
have to
somebody?
be able to predict all possible outcomes in all futures in
You
order to
should
be able to make
try
a moral
to, yes,
decision.
you should try to predict things. Yes.
Which is why it's absurd.
It's not absurd to try to predict things to come to decisions. It's not.
So okay,
It is.
I'd like to,
You're right. It isn't if you rewire it that way into
I'd like
rational
to ask a
choices and not
question.
morality.
and because like I've been toying with this idea that Lactoid said, and I think it's really interesting, and I want to try to refocus the conversation, maybe get some other people in here, right? So again,
I
this
think
idea
Eucharist
of
probably wants to
accountability.
respond to me getting at him earlier as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, I mean, I would say something similar to Scott, which is, I understand why your intuitions cut against mine in those hypotheticals. I would also add things, but I think I'm adding things that I don't think you would think are morally consequential, because I have this like developmental view of human beings and what's good for human beings, and I care about the types of humans that are making decisions over time and learning to make better decisions. And so I think all of that is factored in. It's not just like a medical diagnostics right now. It's what sort of social trust are we developing? What sorts of doctors are we developing? What sorts of patients are we developing? And honestly, I think this is an area where my intuition, I think, overlaps more with like John Stuart Mill's than yours, where he has a section on Liberty where he's like, if we could snap our fingers and develop a bunch of automatons to do the work of human beings, and in fact they did it more productively, we should not substitute them for human beings, because they would be poor substitutes for even the shitty human beings we have today, and would cut us off from the opportunity of developing as human beings. And so he also says in this other essay on Genius, like, what matters is not the output, it matters what kind of thing or what kind of person is doing the work. And so you could have a machine that could produce a better output than me, but what we care about is actually the development of human beings as human beings. And so I would factor that into my calculus, and I think I would just press you on just like how confident you really are that the knockdown effects of the autonomous drone system, and then all of the necessary things that come with it, like the mass surveillance, are not going to be worse even on your account. I think on my account they just don't. I have no optimism that they're going to be better, but I can understand why you might.
Sure.
Think
So,
they are,
so let me respond to that. I think you just did a little bit the thing that I think Scott kind of sort of did before a little bit as well, which is I think that when I press you like, isn't this obviously better when there's less people getting cancer, etc. What you'll then do is you'll expand the hypothetical into account other things. I will address that, but I think it's interesting how I think deep down you guys are practicing consequentialism too, because when I ask you justify why that's the case,
words.
when I ask you justify that too, you'll fall back to, well, here's these other consequences that I care about. These other consequences that I care about that are going to be
internal
related.
critique.
That are going to be related. Give me a second.
You don't care about human rights. You don't care about liberty. You don't care about
I do.
objective morality.
I
You
do.
care about consequences.
Prove that he cares about liberty.
So
it's internal critique.
When you're appealing to those other consequences, which I think you, Chris, you just did a little bit when you said, like, what are the overall effects going to be on the doctors and the patients, et cetera, on the type of humans that are going to develop from
Aha! You did an internal critique, therefore I'm right.
This fucking guy. So can I just so I'm going to change the hypothetical to basically lock the hypothetical against you going outside of it. Eucharist, if an AI was developed that would diagnose medical problems 10 to 15 times better than any doctor could, and any doctor getting involved would actually make the process much worse, okay? It'll nullify the benefit. And it is a necessary aspect of the hypothetical that this will always be the case, that no matter what, this AI will always develop better and faster than any doctor, and any effort we put into making like humans doctors and shit will just simply be resources siphoned away from the medical technology. If I guaranteed you this was a fundamental of the hypothetical, does your answer change, or does it remain the same?
No, and the reason I say that is because I don't think I'm reasoning as a consequentialist. I'm saying there are other human goods that I don't think, like, it's not that consequences are justifying why this action is good. It's that the totality of human goods is sort of what we're aiming at, and so I'm thinking more virtue ethically. And so even in this scenario that you're giving me, I think there's a loss of other human goods sort of necessarily entailed.
How is
so
that?
if all I cared about was the good of reducing or increasing the accuracy of cancer diagnosis, of course I would say yes, 100%, but that's not the only good I care about.
What are the other goods?
The totality of human goods, like what sort of person we want out there in the world, what sort of character we want them to develop, what sort of judgment they're developing, what sort of choice and internal judgment, what sort of practice of freedom.
As a consequence, though, as a consequence of doing this, going down the AI path, we will lose the accumulation of these human goods, though, right? And you're judging against that, right? That's like a
It's a
negative.
consequentialist argument, but you're just
Yeah.
using
Well,
certain
no,
virtues.
consequentialism precisely is saying this action is justified because of the consequences. It's a virtue ethical approach is saying what
not
we ought to
justified.
aim at is a totality of human goods and human excellence of character. Like it's the principle or point of justification is what's at issue in virtue ethics versus deontology versus consequentialism. So we don't.
I'll answer the question really simply. I don't give a fuck about the consequences if you're saying that it ought be mandated, because I'm an anarcho-objectivist. At the end of the day, I think if it's better, companies will do so under the free market. But if you're
thought you were
saying
an
the state
anarcho-capitalist.
mandates it, I don't give a fuck if it's 10 to 15 times better. If the state says you must do it, fuck the state.
I'm gonna
I'm not a consequentialist like you. All right, you
I'm
accuse
gonna-
me of such for doing an internal critique, which is nonsense.
No,
I'm
I think-
appealing to your philosophy when I'm talking to you.
I'm
That
gonna
doesn't mean that
borrow-
I believe in your philosophy.
I'm gonna borrow Scott. I'm gonna borrow something. I'm gonna borrow this term, and I'm gonna levy it as a criticism against Eucharist here. Are you ready?
Please.
Eucharist, I'm gonna accuse you. I
do it.
believe of a future performative contradiction.
Okay.
I think that if you got
Future.
cancer, you're picking the AI every time.
Okay, you can make that accusation. That's fair.
Am I wrong?
And
Would you say,
I don't
oh,
know.
I worry
I'm
about
not-
the character of the doctor, so I'm gonna go
I don't know.
probably die?
I would never absolve myself of a hypothetical future moral failing. Yeah. So maybe you're right. I don't know.
All right, well, that's fair. But sorry, okay, I do want to ask a larger question.
He wants to ask a large question. Is it a black doctor or a white doctor in this question?
Does AI have a race? Wait, have we decided on
name
what
the
AI's
AI
race
Yeah.
is?
It's Asian.
Oh,
It's
my
Asian.
God.
100%.
Ask the AI
It's Asian.
if it will say
Are
certain
AIs
words, then you can learn
Asian?
what
Is that
race
what
it's
it
not.
is?
I'll tell you that.
Oh my god. But so I have a larger question for the rest of the panel for the time that we have left. Eucharist, you have me at a disadvantage. You are certainly far more versed in philosophy than I am, right? Something I
Only the
appreciate
stupid
about you.
versions of it. That's all I know. So
Something
it's
I
okay.
appreciate about
Those
you.
are the best
But you're
ones.
saying
Well,
that
they're all
there's a difference
stupid, of
between.
course.
You're saying there's a difference between
The smart versions are retarded. Let's be honest. Anytime people are bringing up like Hegel or something, it's like, no, you don't understand it.
But let's
The
try and
stupid
ask this
versions-
question. Try
The
so hard to
stupid
get this out.
versions are the better ones.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with
Uh,
this.
But like consequentialism versus virtue ethicism, in this sense, right?
I
Like
hate virtue ethicism, by the way. That's
from
just-
my
I
perspective.
hate it.
I mean, you're a
my
technocrat. You would.
perspective-
It's
from my
it's so
perspective-
nonsensical. It's okay. Hey, sorry, go ahead, Prime.
You're
No
nonsensical.
problem. No problem, friend. So from my perspective, the words you were using sounded like consequences of a different name.
Don't
But
they?
you're saying it's not. Yeah, but like
This is a common critique
again,
of virtue ethics.
you have a
Well-
better insight into these things than me, so if you can explain it to me,
Yeah, it's a common critique of virtue ethics because consequentialists are incapable of conceiving of the world as anything but consequentialist because they have little child brains where everything
Because we
has to be
live
a
in the
math
real world
equation.
where consequentialism is what matters.
I mean, you can make that claim and just define
Oh.
yourself into a victory. You can do that if you want. I'll happily rest over here.
I just
consequence.
did.
Call you an intellectual child.
Concede.
No, so the
just did.
question, the point of difference between a duty ethical system and a consequentialist system or a virtue ethical system is just the question of what exactly justifies any given action as like the action I ought to be taking. And the consequentialist answer is literally just either in an act utilitarian sense or other forms of consequentialism. This particular act tends to increase the things I think are good, and then we still have to argue about what human goods are. And people like Mill are still more coherent than Lactoid because they differentiate between higher and lower human pleasures and do so relatively
mad now.
sophisticatedly. But then you have duty ethics, which just say, well, no, there's a rule book with a right answer in any given situation, and the outcomes, precisely speaking, do not matter. And so that's the most explicit denial of consequentialism. Virtue ethics is attempting to split the difference and saying, well, of course, like any a deontologist would probably say that theirs actually does increase the best consequences. It's just not justified on the basis of consequences. A virtue ethicist is taking everything into account. It's not that the consequences are irrelevant. It's a totality of circumstances analysis. If we want to be deal with these stupid lawyers in the chat, but what precisely justifies something is tending towards excellences of human character that help us fulfill our purpose or our telos, and that does, as a natural consequence, lead to better outcomes and consequences. But any given situation may not on the utilitarian or consequentialist calculus. But So if you want to try to say that's the same thing as rule utilitarianism, you can, I guess, but we distinguish. So that's that. I don't care.
Okay. I'll leave it there for now. But thank you. I appreciate it, friend. So the thing that I wanted to ask about, again, once again, our friend Lactoid talked about like accountability, and like I've been like playing this over in my mind, right? Like once again, like I keep saying years at a time that there is no accountability, seemingly, right? Or at least for certain people, there's no accountability. All right. So what if, and then our friend Scott brought in this idea of like a shorter war. So what if the U.S. launches another war? Shocker. I know it sounds crazy, but yeah. What if the U.S. launched another war?
I don't engage in unrealistic hypotheticals.
Exactly. You launched another war, unjustified war, like plainly unjustified. Everyone could see it. But it was using these AIs. And to be clear, I just got to pause just for a second, right? Like the first part of my hypothetical is going to be reasonable, the war. The second part is going to be less reasonable because what we haven't actually addressed in this conversation is the effectiveness of these AIs, right? Not nearly effective as we've been giving them credit for, or as people in general give them credit for. That's another part of this, but we're going to leave that out of it for now because it just adds another complication, right? So we're testing principles here. So we're assuming lethality. But anyway, so what if they launch a war and there's no accountability for launching that war, but there was it was a more lethal weapon, so it ended the war quicker, right? So like our friend Lactoid is saying, like we don't tend to hold these people accountable. It is very realistic that like U.S. members, U.S. government officials will get to walk away after like brutalizing another nation. But if they're using this AI, right, and it shortens the war, right, it accomplishes the mission, and like the people of that nation live under the threat of war for a short amount of time, is that not a benefit?
I'd go even further than that. Just because I'd go even further than that, I would say that even if the atrocities were like in both scenarios were to remain the exact same, I would still prefer the AI situation because, like, in the event that you're having human beings pilot those drones and especially target like innocents or prisoners of war or whatever, you're generating like a whole bunch more people now with like severe mental disorders, PTSD, all this shit. So there are more casualties just from the very nature of the fact that humans are engaged in the warfare. If it was just AI, now you don't have that, right? You actually have fewer.
I tend to not to give a fuck about like the people doing the slaughtering, but I hear what you're saying, buddy.
If they're conscripts, you probably should, right?
You should.
So, sorry. No, I meant like the like the drone operators or some shit.
Yeah, let's say they were forced into that. Let's say they were drafted and they were shoved in the front lines or behind the front lines, saying, "Pilot this drone and kill these people. Otherwise, we'll punish you."
I mean, that seems unlikely in the U.S.
drone
context.
behind
But
them.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not going to fight
right now in Ukraine.
I'm not going to fight hypothetical. It's fine.
I have a question.
Let's start off for now, Leanne, and then
Sure.
So like with these hypotheticals, like it always starts off by saying like none of these officials are ever held accountable, and all these atrocities are being done. I just don't understand that why when we implement AI for some reason now there's going to be less atrocities considering there's going to be less accountability on these people. The assumption is going to be that there's going to be more atrocities, more bullshit being done because there's less accountability. No, like why would the people
because
just
they have
like
more
stop
ability to
doing
do it? Maybe you're saying that I can do more atrocities, like I can do more wars, and so I will inherently start more wars because it's easier to do.
Well, no, Scott's because this is based on Scott's hypothetical from earlier, and Scott was trying to work in that no, there's actually going to be more atrocities being done, right? It's just the war is shorter, so like maybe less like overall deaths, but the atrocities are still going to be multiplied, or the atrocities are still going to be the same. It's just we're arguing that the war is going to be shortened. But then that's just opening the door for more atrocities to be done in other wars, right? Like this war was so short, we can go do another war and another war and another war, and there's less and less and less accountability. And it just seems like in this hypothetical, every single time, every time the hypothetical's been brought out, the people who run the AI become benevolent because there's less accountability, and now there's less atrocities because the wars are shortened. And it's like that probably wouldn't be the case. You would probably assume that like if human error caused for all these atrocities, then the people who are operating an AI that has no fucking moral judgment is just following an algorithm that is set up by the people who were already doing all these atrocities before. Like the AI is not going to be less atrocious. There's probably more.
There's a problem here, right? That I think is, man, I keep hearing somebody clicking their mouse really loudly. There's a problem here, which is the natural inclination of people to look at the term of accountability or punishment as a binary, and it's not a binary, right? Like just because these people haven't gotten their just desserts doesn't mean that they aren't to some degree held accountable.
Yeah,
right. Losing an election is a form of accountability. It's a very weak form of accountability from what it is that we want.
Even the
right?
guilt, even if they,
but like
they have
we could
guilt,
look at
like
right. Like let's look at like the Iran-Contra situation. Right? Should Reagan have been punished for the Iran-Contra situation? I think most people today would probably say yes, unless they're like a staunch identifying Republican. Right? But that doesn't mean that Oliver North didn't fall on his sword, right? Like somebody had some level of account. Now, Oliver North then got to live as a rich man for the rest of his fucking life, right? So we view that, right? But so we view that as zero accountability, but it's not really zero accountability. It's more like 0.1% accountability. And the thing is like when we have an armed population currently. Right. We do have elections, however much those elections are rigged or not rigged, or however much they're controlled by media and manufactured consent and, protests that are, pushed by NGOs, whatever that may be, or just however retarded people are and are susceptible to going along with the narrative, whatever that may be, there's still elections. Right. So there's a certain threshold where it goes too far. And there is some level of minute but still measurable pushback. And so I think that the problem arises here is that when we start talking about things like AI systems and wars that are super effective and classified and held by a very small number of people that have the ability to wage war, what we do is we reduce what little accountability we already have. We reduce it even more because things are more secret, people aren't blamed. And what you end up with is an incentive structure. We already have an incentive structure to start wars for bullshit reasons because we have limited accountability. But if we reduce that accountability further, we have a larger incentive structure for more wars, for more unjustifiable things. And so I think that this is where it is perfectly reasonable, even from a consequentialist neoliberal perspective that Dario has, that there ought be red lines to try and reduce that, to try and reduce an incentive structure that puts a massive power structure in a few people's hands that are relatively unaccountable compared to where they are today. I agree. Every motherfucker in the Epstein files should be deeply investigated, and most of them probably belong killed and dead, okay? I agree that Donald Trump and Biden and Obama and every living president probably deserves, I'm not even going to go probably, from my perspective, deserves to be fucking drawn and quartered, okay? I am super extreme on that, right? What my idea of justice is going to be higher than your idea of justice. But that doesn't mean that there's zero accountability. And the more we do to weaken that system of accountability, the more we incentivize those in power to do whatever benefits them. And the less accountability and the less knowledge of war they have, the more their incentive, what gets them, what gives them power, and the incentive is more war, more human atrocities, and more pacification of human populations through a mass surveillance controlling state driven by AI, and more people will fucking eat Soylent Green happily.
Okay. Let's. If you, Chris, wants to jump in, it's fine. I do want to ask Doobie another question.
You can ask Doobie. It's fine.
Okay, so
I'm out of memes for now.
Oh, DB friend, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you, I know very well that my good friend Doobie is a staunch critic of the U.S. and Israel's actions in Gaza, but putting the genocide aside for a moment, you also seem to be, in general, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think in general, I'm more in favor of a muscular U.S. foreign policy. Am I incorrect there?
It depends what you mean by that. The answer is sort of. I think I have no issue with with that, other than I feel like we use those muscles in the wrong way. And
Okay,
we
well,
use
then
them
what
to
would be
the detriment of the
right
world.
way then?
I think we should. Well, first off, I think the United States needs to focus more on helping its people, bettering itself.
Mhm.
I think we need to focus less on undermining other nations, whether that's Cuba or Venezuela or China or
Russia.
whoever. Russia. I feel like I know you love Russia. I feel like we spend a lot of time undermining these other nations, building them up, and I think a lot of this is because they've been built up as boogeymen because the government needs boogeymen to keep us in line in some way. Right? So if we're
Agreed.
not afraid of the rest of the world, right, we might criticize them more harshly. And they use these boogeymen to justify a lot of the terrible things they do.
What's your stance on Taiwan then?
I don't really have a strong stance on that at all. To be
Really?
honest with you.
That's surprising.
I don't.
Okay. All right. So, all right.
What's your stance on
then
Taiwan,
just
Prime Guys?
me. I think we should defend Taiwan. Absolutely. Yeah.
But you think we should what?
Defend.
Defend Taiwan.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
As in,
Yeah,
like,
I mean-
militarily, if necessary.
Militarily, if necessary.
I'm
Absolutely.
in the same boat. I agree.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about the whole situation, so I know
Yeah.
like very little. I haven't done any deep research on it.
Are there
So
like
I don't
underlying
have a
reasons
strong
for that,
sense.
or like honoring just U.S. agreements, or like you think that a sense of justice, that type of thing?
One, honoring our agreements. I mean, like I keep saying, the U.S. is a liar, and tends not to honor our agreements.
Well,
So,
yeah, but if
that
that
was bad
agreement
when we-
wasn't there, would that
Fuck
change it?
Taiwan. Here's how we solve the Taiwan problem. All right, you
I
just
was talking to
completely
Prime. I was talking to Prime.
deregulate
We privatized
PMCs.
it, and then we
Yes!
sell it to the Chinese.
Yes,
Yeah.
we fucking let BlackRock defend Taiwan for a fuck ton of money from AMD and Nvidia. All right.
Yeah. So to answer your question quickly, Corey, fuck the CCP. Fuck their whole system. Taiwan.
Somebody's not getting a trip to Beijing paid for.
Exactly, right? But
Dumb
if I-
career move, buddy.
Yeah, fuck that whole system. My understanding of Taiwan is that it's relatively pretty chill. Didn't always used to be chill, from my understanding of their history. But still, that they are within some sort of democratic, framework that gives their people more latitude, more freedoms, and all that. I would not want to subject them to the CCP. I hated watching what happened to Hong Kong. I had actually been in Hong Kong before the crackdowns, right? Lovely place, amazing place. Would love to go back. But it's a different place, and it breaks my heart that they lost that. And I think the world is better with more democracies rather than less democracies. And it's unfortunate that Taiwan happens to be, geographically close and next to this belligerent power. So,
But hear me out. What if the AI calculates that nuking Taiwan would prevent a future protracted war against China? So we nuke Taiwan now to save war later, and then our math equation works out.
I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it.
But just to be
you're
clear,
just
The
like,
reason why you wouldn't do it because there's worse consequences. Prime.
No.
Are the
conse-
consequences so bad that you
I'm sorry,
can't stomach it?
Lactoid. The AI
No, he's
calculated
saying,
the
yeah.
consequences. The
Or
AI
is it the
calculated the
virtues?
consequences. They
Is it
calculated the
is it
consequences.
the nebulous virtues.
I'm sorry,
That's
no,
the
Lactoid.
problem.
The AI calculated the consequences. It did it. It told you. It was
if it calculated all the consequences, all
Yeah.
of them,
With all
just like it's
certainty-
gonna do with autonomous drones. It
Wait, if it-
calculated all the
wait, if-
consequences.
If it was guaranteed with all certainty that if we nuked Taiwan, that it would prevent a future war with China, and we would be good. Like, would you be good with nuking Taiwan? Baked into this hypothetical that
yeah,
it's guaranteed
if-
that this
yes.
works.
if the war
Okay,
is
all right.
sufficient, if the war is sufficiently bad, yeah. If the war was to lead to like the
Amazing.
world ending, I mean, I would prefer the world didn't end. What about you?
No,
What's
no,
your answer to
the
that question?
consequences of the war happening were worse for us than not nuking Taiwan, right? Like, we nuke Taiwan, the consequences
Well,
for them
I'm-
sucks, but
well,
for us,
I'm-
it's
I'm-
good.
I don't just
Right? It's not
value.
catastrophic to the world.
Yeah, I don't just value consequences in this kind of nationalistic sense of like America #1. I'm not Gibbs, okay? Well, Ali, do you? Let's say the
Oh.
nuclear war would lead to the end of the world. Let's just say, would you be at that point be in favor of nuking Taiwan?
I'm not in favor of nuking Taiwan to begin with.
No, stop. You have two scenarios. You nuke Taiwan, and then there's
But I ate
no,
breakfast.
and the world
But I
doesn't
already
end.
ate breakfast.
Ali, please. The war does not end. The war does not. Sorry, the world does not end because World War III doesn't happen with the ICBMs and all that shit. If you nuke Taiwan, okay, or the world does end. Which of those two scenarios are you picking?
So if we nuke Taiwan, the world doesn't end. If we
Correct.
don't nuke Taiwan, well, no, yeah, we nuke Taiwan. Fuck it.
Thank
It's up to,
you! You're a
Yeah.
dirty consequentialist. See, Scott would say that you shouldn't steal a penny to save the world.
Well, I was just working within your hypothetical. You're very rigid
You would.
hypothetical.
Yeah, yes,
Um,
yes. You are working within the
but-
hypothetical that demonstrates your principle of consequentialism. Thank you.
So Corey, I see
Principle
you.
of consequentialism is obviously a contradiction.
I do want
Ugh.
to get to this question,
Sure.
do we? But then I see you, Corey. So DB, this is why I came at this question with a little bit of trepidation, because as always, I'm not entirely sure where you are. Right? You're
He
the
likes it that
biggest
way.
wild card. And
Also, just for the record, just to clear it up, I wouldn't steal a penny to save the world.
Yeah, that's what I
You
thought.
would steal. You would
Mm,
engage in
would.
evil.
You would
intention.
steal a
Yeah,
penny.
I would steal a penny to save the world. I would steal
Uh,
two.
The proper,
I
uh,
would
the
steal
proper,
two pennies.
the proper choice is not to
Prime,
touch
what do
the
you mean you
trolley
don't
and
know where
murder
Doobie
someone.
is
I
or
am
The
a-
proper choice
I am
is
a-
to try and
Look at
stop the
Look at
train.
the image portrayed. Look at the image portrayed of Doobie. This is who Doobie is. All right. This
Yeah,
is
yeah,
telling
this is-
you
this is what he
directly.
creates. I want to be very
Alright.
clear about my position now. Not only would I steal a penny, not only would I steal 2 pennies, I would steal 3. I would steal 3 pennies to save the world. And the person here who says I'm evil for opposing killbots, he wouldn't even steal 1. I just want to
Okay,
point that
okay,
out.
I
and-
gotta-
We
and-
all
and
die
he'd
in
murder-
hellfire.
before you guys start
And
another
he'd-
fight, and before you
Yeah.
start another fight, let's get to Doobie. Okay.
Before we start another fight, he literally attacked me, and
I
like,
know
what is
he always-
that?
bro.
Before you start a fight, like you can't go into a bar and watch somebody
Okay.
punch someone in the face and be like, whoa, whoa,
Okay,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'm
Before we
sorry.
start a
That's it,
fight,
Scott.
No, no,
you know,
I'm throwing on another penny.
I think that's a little
Or-
hyperbolic.
Okay. Scott,
yeah, I
you've
wouldn't
already
steal because I don't agree with evil.
Scott,
You do.
Scott, Scott,
You'd
Scott.
murder.
Okay,
How many
Scott,
people would you kill to
please,
save the world?
Scott, please,
You'd murder
please,
5
please,
pennies.
please,
You'd
please,
murder
please,
all those
please,
Would you
Scott,
murder?
Scott,
Would you murder
Scott,
4 people
Scott, please,
in cold blood?
please,
Probably.
Please, Scott, hold on. We'll get to that later. Scott,
There you go. He would murder 4
Scott,
people. He'd
Scott.
murder you and your whole family, Prime.
Okay, Scott. You were stabbed. You're bleeding out. But first, I'd like to have intellectual debate with Doobie before we do anything about it. Okay. All right.
Intellectual debate with Doobie. Come on. This guy believes that schools should have blowjob classes for teenage girls. Get out of here.
What happened?
He does think this. Just want to be that is a good
When did
point.
this- When did this
That's a pretty crippling.
Since we're
argument.
attacking everybody's
Wrong.
ideologies.
That's pretty
You
good.
know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
When did
We're-
this-
everyone's ideologies are getting brought up. Might as well throw that one out there, you know.
Fair, Doobie, respond.
Yeah, to be clear, it's not true. I included boys, so not just girls.
He's an equal opportunist. All right. We're LGBTQIA plus 5G LTE friendly over
We love
here.
that about our friend Doobie. Anyway, Doobie. So like I was saying, I came at this with trepidation because as always, I'm a little unsure as to where you stand. Like after so many years, you're still a wild card in my head. But okay, all right. So you are more skeptical of U.S. imperialism, which is a good thing. I love that for you, friend. Another reason why we're homies. But like, still, you're saying like there are good interventions, right? Like, what's a good intervention for you?
Yeah, I mean, a good intervention would be, fuck, what's that guy's name? I can't remember the guy's name. Do you remember Boko Haram? That this big scandal. They kidnapped like 200.
A big scandal. Boko
Yeah,
Haram? No
hold on.
way.
Hold on, big scandal because it was like all over TV for a while. People pretended to care until the news came up.
No, you're thinking
things-
about
things
Save
like
our
that.
girls.
Things like this. I feel
I'm
like
thinking about
it's totally
Coney.
reasonable. Or
Yeah.
ISIS. Yeah, I was thinking about Coney actually before that.
Yeah.
But Boko Haram's a good example. Same kind of thing. ISIS going around murdering a ton of people. I think these kinds of things I'm totally okay with the US getting involved. in.
ISIS a terrorist
just-
group or ISIS Toyota?
Both. I prefer that we don't do it alone, right? I prefer some kind of coalition coming together to fight these things. That's my preference.
Okay, sure. All right. So we picked Coney. Well, he's dead. But Boko Haram will work with
he's
that.
dead.
I'm almost certain he's dead. Am I correct? Incorrect? Maybe I'm wrong. I could
Pretty
be
sure
wrong.
he's dead.
What have I been campaigning about for the
Yeah,
past
if
5
I remember
years?
correctly, I think he was dead before that video was even made. Like it was like, I remember correctly. Then the guy who made the video had like a big mental breakdown. He was like jerking off on the side of the road in Santa Monica. Or something.
I saw that. That's great.
Okay. Well, I missed
The
that part.
ICC,
He's
hold on. The
alive.
ICC believes that he's still alive.
He's alive.
We don't know.
Okay. Well, whatever the case may be, I apologize if I gave misinformation there. In any case, so Boko Haram, right? Attacking
he was
Boko
dead, too.
Haram, justified war. Fair enough. Justified intervention, right? But we are now using autonomous kill bots. Are you in support for like better lethality, right? Like handling this quicker, maybe rescuing our girls faster, right? We don't have to put our soldiers in the line. I think so much of our planning, right, of these operations. I mean, I'm not a military man, but if I imagine if I asked one, right, a lot of that planning is to accomplish a mission without getting our soldiers killed. Well, we can just send a swarm of killbots at them, right? We don't have to worry about that part, right? We just kill bots and they don't like shoot the girls, right? Hostages saved very quick, and actually we lost most of those girls. Those girls disappeared. So let's say we actually could have saved them if we could have acted faster, not have to worry about like the safety of an operation, right? Would you then be in favor?
I think if we're at the point where they have like autonomous kill bots, which I think there's a video that I saw recently of China testing exactly that. They had a bunch of like robots shooting machine guns and running all over an obstacle course. That's pretty interesting. So I think we're moving very close to Lactoid's world right now. So if we're in that stage, I think yeah, we're at the point where if you don't do it, everybody else is doing it, so you're screwed, right? So I think before we get there, we should have some kind of an international agreement to avoid that. However, I think that if you have that capability and you're using it, you're really incentivizing more war that is not just, you're incentivizing more bad interventions because you're removing the human cost, and it allows us here at home. It's like, oh well, yeah, we lost 500 kill robots. Who gives a fuck? Right? Who cares if the government killed 10,000 people in this little country I don't give a fuck about? I think you need the risk to human life for us to give a fuck about it. And if we don't give a fuck about it, I think the government would go crazy.
I think that's
far
a really
more
good
of these
point.
things happening.
I like that example. I think it's something we have to take in, and I thought that's where Ali was going previously. But this
I think it's something we saw
idea-
with drone warfare, right? Like we had, I think like 7 wars going on at the same time at one point, but because it was all drones, very few soldiers dying or at risk. Like just nobody gave a fuck. So,
I like the idea of having a level of friction, and I think Scott was getting to this as well in different words, but like a level of friction between us and our slaughter. I think that level of friction is valuable. I
only care when it's the state. Just to be clear,
Yeah.
I only care when it's the state. I think BlackRock should use as many drones to slaughter as many people that are bad people as possible. Right? Like wipe out every person in Boko Haram. And I would love to hear that there were zero human casualties on our side.
And
I just don't want the state having the power to do that because the state is
Well,
not incentivized properly to
Boko
actually
Haram-
kill bad people.
Boko
Yeah, that's 'cause
Haram
They're not
and-
accountable, unlike
the thing is,
what was it?
well,
Blackwater?
no, but you could hold a private company accountable, right? You can't really hold the state. The state doesn't really hold itself accountable.
So
Right.
But no, the
Yeah.
vote. Okay, hold on, okay. We can't have a whole. Okay,
The
sorry, I'm
famous
just gonna check.
accountability
Well, I
of
was just
Blackwater.
clarifying.
That's
I was
fine.
just clarifying
fine.
my position.
Okay, so yeah, you want dead Boko Haram, and don't forget, right, dead about communists, right? Okay, don't want to miss out on there, right?
Oh no, I never advocated that avowed communists ought be killed. I only advocated that an avowed communist doesn't have the capacity to say that they have human rights without being in contradiction, and therefore it's not unjustified to kill a communist. There's nothing morally evil about killing a communist. But if a communist renounces communism, then they retain their ability to not be in contradiction and arguing for their human rights. I'm not saying we ought go and kill communists. I think that would probably be a
It's just-
moral evil
just
to just
okay.
randomly go out and kill random people because of their
I-
ideology.
I stand corrected, and I do apologize for misstating your monstrous position. It's okay. Let's go to our friend Corey. Who
I feel like
wanted
you're
to say
pretty
something
reasonable.
I mean, among like the spectrum of your allowed deaths, right? Of your punishments to your political enemies is actually one of your most reasonable takes. But let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, this is not relevant to what you just asked. This is just going back to the time. I just wanted to clarify of like
Uh-huh.
in the absence of the agreements by the United States, like you would still want Taiwan to be defended.
Yeah.
Militarily.
Overall, yeah. So look, okay. I am quite skeptical of U.S. imperialism. Right. Hopefully, I've given you guys that impression over the years. So it is a big issue for me. But if it exists, right? If this system, I mean, if I won't be able to dismantle it tomorrow, right? And so as
Well,
long
not that
as this
attitude.
exists- that attitude, yeah, exactly. But as long as this system exists, right? I guess yeah, I'm closer to my friend Doobie, and that like we might as well use it, right? Like if it's going to be the case that our Taiwanese friends are going to suffer under the fucking CCP, right? Or let's rescue them from that. Especially since like the threat of us intervening is so far anyway, right, for the past few decades, been enough to keep that from happening, right? If like the big cost is that we like have a few have a few warships floating around. It's more than that because we do have like an encirclement around China, right? It's more than that. I'm being reductive.
I think there's
but
bases there too.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like encirclement being like the mini bases around there. But if like that is going to exist and we just like state, hey, we're going to intervene, and so they don't invade, right? And they just do their rattle sabling because that's what they do for their domestic population, right? Like, oh yeah, we're gonna get Taiwan eventually, right? And the Chinese conservatives are like, fuck yeah, one of these days, right? If it just stays there, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good deal, especially for money we're already spending, right? If the imperialism is already going to exist, might as well just keep making the threat.
Okay, fair enough. And then just to also further clarify, I assume then, based off what you said, that like if Taiwan votes to rejoin China, you're okay with that.
I mean, yeah, I'll have to respect the will of the people.
Fair
Like, I'm not going to fight them like for the Taiwanese territory, and then unless we're annexing Taiwan for some fucking reason, right? There's none of my business. That
I mean, we already own 10% of Intel. Like, why not be a little bit more fascist?
True. We already have some fascism, so why not use it more, right, Scott? We're just dabbling a little bit. So why not?
exactly.
I think
Double
Of
what
course.
Prime is appealing to, I think, is a very reasonable affinity towards self-determinations of peoples. And when you look at the Taiwanese people right now, like they are very much in favor of, I think, outright independence. Most of them actually,
Mhm.
but they have not been in favor. of
There's
being
still some
under
segment of
the-
population that does want to rejoin.
It's not.
China.
It's not a monolith.
There's a segment. So basically, it's like there's three groups. There's like independence, which I'm pretty sure is the largest, and then there's status quo, which is the second largest. It's also a huge number of people, and then there's like this tiny minority now at this point, which are like we should go back to China under the CCP, right? That's a very very small group of people. So I mean,
I mean, the
will of
status
people
quo
in
is that they're
Taiwan.
kind of already a little under the CCP.
Yeah, but like they're governed. They're not governed under the CCP, but they're technically part of China. Like it's this weird kind of.
They're not governed under the CCP, but also their politicians aren't allowed to be a certain degree
Yeah.
against the CCP. So, like,
It's
the
weird.
fuck does that really
but
mean?
it's different than Hong Kong, right? We've
It
seen what
is.
happened in Hong Kong. Yeah.
Yeah, it is different than Hong Kong. Hong Kong is now the most expensive place to live in the entire world.
I think it's pretty expensive before. It's a tiny island.
It was, but
Real
it's gotten
estate.
worse. It's gotten
Okay.
worse.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't know.
But that's capitalism's fault or some shit, from what I've been told.
Oh my God. But okay, so yeah, but I'll for the we have only a little bit of time, but then I'll just have the rest of you all, right? Like for the ones who were fighting against Lactoid, right?
All of you.
All of you, yeah, exactly, right?
The ones anti-autonomous murder death robots.
Understood.
Shut up, world
right?
blowing up without
Hey, whoa,
stealing
whoa!
a penny,
To be
bitch.
clear, if you recall, in my opening statement, I said we have to extend some grace to Lactoid. So
I said he had a point. I said he had a
Yeah.
point.
I'm a graceful guy. I also have a
That-
question
that-
for Doobie, if we need to burn some time.
You want when you ask your question for Doobie?
Sure, Doobie. If we go way back, we were talking about the mass surveillance portion of this, which I'm much more skeptical of the government's justification here. And you
Which
said
may
that
be the onus for this whole thing, to be fair. We don't know.
And you said that it might be, and if it is, I disagree with it. You said that if you had the cameras, you'd be okay them looking into windows, right? Am I recalling that correctly?
that's what I heard.
If they if they got the consent of the homeowner, sure.
If they didn't.
but I think, but if they didn't, no, I'd want them to move it.
See, I struggle with this because if you're going to have cameras out in the street, just like if you have like a cop driving down the road, you can look into people's windows, right? Like, when I go walking, like I'm not even like trying to be a fucking peeping top. Like you just look over, it's like, oh,
He says so.
there's a TV that's on. They're watching something interesting, right? Like I can look through windows and see
I'd
it.
be watching people's
So-
shit all the time. It's hilarious. It's awesome.
Yeah, sure. And so one of the concerning things that I've thought of is like, okay, so let's say the AI cameras are looking into people's houses, which I think is just going to happen if you have cameras in any kind of urban or suburban area. I don't know how you get around that. Couldn't you? Couldn't an AI like start tracking people's movements and then run that through an algorithm to see if it's more likely than not that they are certain things? So I could oh, this person is walking around their house between these 2 hours, between this time and this time. I know then probabilistically that they probably have this kind of job because that job offers this shift in that area. And I know that particular job in that particular area is associated with XYZ product. So I'm going to market this product towards them. I can absolutely see this happening. But you could maybe even like take it even further. Couldn't AI start like monitoring people? Like this person's more likely to be a criminal. They're buying XYZ products that make it more likely they're a drug dealer. At what point do we like? You can
Duffel
really
bag, rope, duct tape.
yeah. Shit can really start getting out of hand. Can't like do we like? I'd be very concerned about the consequences of such a activity. I don't know about you.
Sorry, my wife's talking to me. Yeah, so I know.
She
Yeah, I understand. I know. I understand. The issue. I'm not really sure how I feel about this because when I said, looking through the window, I'm imagining, like, if this were a person, it would be the government having some guys sit outside the front of your house with a camera aimed directly at your fucking window. I think if they're going to do that, because that's essentially what's happening, right? It's just instead of
Yeah,
a
pretty
guy
much.
with a camera, it's a camera on a post or something.
Yeah.
I think they should have an obligation to let the homeowner know, hey, if you happen to walk in front of this window butt ass naked one day, someone's probably going to see it, right? So or it's going to be in our system somewhere. I think they should have an obligation to at least let them know that this is happening. And in cases where, like, especially if it's like a second floor window, like a second story window or something, and because I imagine these cameras are a little higher up, right? They're not probably not going to be at like a surface, like a first floor level. Yeah. I think they have an obligation to let you know.
Yeah,
I
but
wouldn't be okay if they let you know. Like, hey, Lactoid, if you walk around naked in your own house, we're gonna see you. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah, you can't fuck in your bedroom without
But
making
What
porn.
the
you
fuck?
guys
Okay, you told me, but
It
I want to be
doesn't
able to
have
walk
to-
around naked.
but it doesn't have to even be looking like directly into a window or anything, right? Like if you can tell, right, that like the lights come on, right, at certain points in time,
Oh.
right? Like you gather a mass amount of metadata right
Yep,
there,
yep,
right?
yep.
And
Well,
it doesn't
hold
have to be
on.
looked indirectly. Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to point out that in 2013, Snowden revealed that the U.S. government was given backdoor access to Verizon cell towers and internet communications.
AT&T.
No one-
backbone. Yeah.
I'm using Verizon specifically here for a reason. Okay. No one went to jail. No one was punished. No company paid damages. And as far as we're aware, does anyone here believe that the government still doesn't maintain that access, considering that no punishment was ever doled
I
out?
assume that it does the entire
Okay.
time.
Well, I think it's also important to note that last year, Verizon launched a product called Home Awareness, where it utilizes your Wi-Fi signal to be able to track the position of all human bodies within the house and exactly where a human body is in the house, what room they're in, based upon a pinging the Wi-Fi signal back and forth. So if we assume that the government never gave up its backdoor access through Verizon systems, then we ought logically assume that part of the government's metadata right now, without even using the AI inappropriately, is that they're tracking your location in your home at all times, what room you're in, what position your body is in, what bodies are in your house, when you're taking a shit, where you are when you're sitting on your TV, where you are when you're in your bedroom, what sex positions you're in with your wife. If you have Verizon, all of that information is already accessible to the government, and if they utilize an AI to target you or track certain modifiers, they have all of that data available to them.
They're gonna be
So it's
so
like
bored
this
of me.
conversation, right? So like this conversation of
Computer,
like
toilet
cameras,
bed.
this conversation of like cameras high up being able to potentially peer through your window and whether or not you have a reasonable expectation of privacy is entirely moot. It's a moot point because they don't need the fucking cameras outside. That's just one piece of metadata to get a clearer image when you walk outside of your home. They know where you are in your home at all times, what you're doing, what position your body is in, who's in your home, what position their body's in, and exactly what you're doing at all times. So I just like I feel like we kind of I don't feel like I'm being a crazy conspiracy theorist to assume that the thing they were doing in 2013, they're still doing with today's
And they
technology,
got better at
especially
it.
considering nobody went to jail or got in trouble for this, and a bunch of those people got rewarded financially for this.
Does anyone disagree?
I'm not
with that?
crazy, right? Does anyone
I don't-
disagree that that's the
I
most
don't think so.
logical thing?
Yeah.
So
Does
it's like, who
anyone
gives a
disagree?
fuck about the cameras? They're fucking tracking through your Wi-Fi where you are right now, where you're sitting. They know that you are at your computer, and they know when you take a piss break, and they know how many times you shake your dick off.
That's all good and fine, Scott, but Santa Claus does too, and he's a good guy. So,
Yeah, Eucharist, what do you say to that? Do you have a response to this?
Not really. I'll be honest. This is like dad brain hitting very hard right now. My kids have kept me up like 3 nights in a row. So I mean Scott's rants about the position stuff. Yeah, especially the sex positions. No, I just mean the keeping track of where you are in your home. I've seen the research on that. I have no idea what to think about who's accessing and when. But yeah, no, I'm kind of spaced right now. I'm sorry about that.
Well,
I'll add-
Like
I'll
the
add
last
another
2 minutes
piece
of
of-
what Scott said.
I'll add another piece of evidence, which is that Verizon has openly talked about using this in conjunction with law enforcement to make SWAT raids safer to SWAT officers because they'll have access to where you are in your home when they SWAT your home, so they don't have to worry about being randomly shot because there's someone in a specific room. They know exactly where you are, and they can maybe, I don't know, shoot you through the walls.
I mean,
for
look,
whatever.
for all our talk about accountability earlier, I'm not an optimist about governments being held accountable, and I'm especially not optimistic about this administration or even the past several caring too much about civil liberties. So you could tell me almost anything about what they're doing with our data and surveilling us, and I would be completely unsurprised by it, which is why I would prefer to have more private companies holding the line on these
Fair enough.
contracts that they're signing. But yeah.
So adding one final question to everything that I said, how does this additional information add to the consequential analysis, Lactoid, of whether or not it's a good thing that Pete Hegseth is strong-arming the only AI company that has a red line that says you shouldn't use this for mass surveillance or autonomous weapon targeting systems?
So I'm gonna repeat my position, which is that I am opposed.
Because
to
we have new
surveillance portion.
information to add to the consequential analysis.
I'm opposed to the surveillance part. I don't know how much that what you added actually adds into my opinion on any of the topic that we've talked about. I'm not a fan of the mass surveillance portion. I've never defended that. I don't think anybody has, if I'm not mistaken, this entire panel.
The two are inexorably linked, right? When
Yeah,
those
but
are
I
the
think
two
that's
red
a
lines.
part of it. It's baked in, isn't it?
That might literally be what the onus of this entire thing is about. It might not be about autonomous weapon systems.
Be, and then I'm opposed to it. That's what I said. If it is the
Yeah,
case,
but if you're
that this
opposed,
is the
but
onus
if you're
of it, then I'm
opposed to it, and it's
Okay. Oh, sorry. Let me clarify my question. Knowing that you are opposed to the mass surveillance,
Yeah.
and then the ways in which mass surveillance would use, doesn't it cause you concern, even if it's not about the mass surveillance, that the only company that one of their red lines is mass surveillance, and the other three companies in question don't give a fuck, that this is being utilized, even if mass surveillance isn't the current onus of this, that consequentially that this makes it so much easier now that all of these other companies would cooperate on that. And
Yeah.
why would you not be against them strong arming and bullying the only company that even pretends to give a fuck about our civil liberties?
Yes, I am against it when it comes to the surveillance portion. I am against it. I do not like
Okay.
it. I do not like it, Sam. I am. And
Okay.
All right.
when it comes
wait,
to
wait. I have a question about that.
yeah.
You don't like that portion, but
I
you're
don't.
okay, but like still overall, you'd be okay with the program going forward. But just by saying I don't like what does you not liking it mean anything? If you're still with the program, but I just don't like this part of it, that doesn't really do anything, does it?
No, I'm okay. Like we don't know what there's going to be some meeting tomorrow, is my understanding, between Pete Hegseth
Yeah.
and if at the
They're
meeting,
strong arming them. They're
Sure.
saying you have to abide by what we want. Or I quote, this is not a friendly meeting.
Yeah.
This is a shit or get off the pot meeting.
Right.
That is a quote from the fucking Secretary of Defense.
I believe it. So here are the scenarios that I would find to be bad, and I would say no, boo, no good.
To the overall program,
The
or just this
overall-
one
the
that one specific thing? All right, cool.
Yeah, overall, I would say, if they came out saying, okay, we've agreed not to use autonomous weapon systems, but we agreed to use mass surveillance, that would be bad. If they caved on both points, that would still overall be bad, I think. If they came to some agreement and they held firm on the mass surveillance portion, which I'm not optimistic about, but if they did, and they only caved on the autonomous drone weapon portion, assuming that, and I think this might be the case, I'm mostly there, that autonomous weapon system development is critical for national security, then I would be okay with that.
Do
Okay.
you think that
Let-
Pete Hegseth or anyone in the Trump administration genuinely gives a fuck about mass surveillance and our civil liberties? And do you think that even if they caved only on the autonomous weapon systems, that this would set forward a pattern that the Secretary of Defense could just change contracts and bully companies until these other three companies that don't give a fuck about either can then replace this company that does care about that? And wouldn't that ultimately kind of weaken the mass surveillance if it's shown that the state can just kind of bully them on one thing? Wouldn't they be more incentivized to bully them on that later? And wouldn't that just necessarily lead to a weakening of the private market and these AI systems to be able to protect us from mass surveillance? So wouldn't it be bad all three ways from Sunday?
There's a risk of that, but I actually think the more likely scenario is that it's beneficial. And here's why. I think it will demonstrate that the government is willing to concede on this issue of mass surveillance and that their interest actually is in military preparedness and development of weapons to combat our rivals. And it'll lead to continued integration of Claude with the U.S. military. And as that continues, it's going to become harder and harder to divest.
So yeah, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I'm gonna.
I think you might be the most optimistic person I've ever met.
Yeah,
That's what I'll
exactly.
say.
I am
I'm
not.
gonna end this here because I want to give people a chance to exit. But yeah, and you can respond to this on your outro. Like I think literally all incentives are to go towards mass surveillance, right? I think on the corporate end, they want mass surveillance. The AI tech companies specifically, like I was saying previously, want mass surveillance. They want a bigger data set to work with to make their models more impressive or whatever the fuck, right? The military wants mass surveillance, right? Trump has no compunction against mass surveillance, except if it's against him, right? He gets really upset if the Biden administration or at least under the Biden administration, a legitimate it was an Obama administration, which one? Launches a legitimate law enforcement operation like against his organization, not him specifically, right? But like they tap a phone or whatever the fuck, right? That's a big problem. But that same Trump that had that big fucking and had an aneurysm over that will have no compunction unleashing a mass surveillance regime on the United States. And as our friend Scott said previously and very well illustrated, yeah, they already were doing it before, right? No one got punished. And there's no reason to think they haven't gotten better at it in the intervening years. So yeah, I'm just have to leave it at that. All right.
Well, maybe Dario, asking for some information is kind of actually proof that they are doing it with AI now.
Let's give an outro to all our wonderful friends, and I'll let you can respond to that and anything else. But if you're out there, you enjoyed this conversation, give us a follow the channel, right? Follow us on YouTube, Twitter. Sorry, well, I guess Twitter. I guess I'm on Twitter. I guess. But YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. That'd be great. Consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel.
And TikTok.
Subs. And TikTok, indeed. You'll know it's my account because there won't be any videos on it. But like, it's my account. Prime Kai. Okay. Let's go to our friend Lactoid.
Hi everybody, I'm Lactoid. I will match your energy, and I am in favor of defending Taiwan with killbots. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
All right. We could defend the Taiwanese and no American lives are lost. All right. What's the problem? Let's go to our friend Scott. And Scott, so because I'm gonna look into this later because I had not heard of this. It's called Verizon Home Awareness. Is that what it's called?
Home Awareness, yeah.
Oh,
it's a feature you can purchase for home security from Verizon right now.
So exciting. Yes, I would love to.
And for the record, the pilot program to utilize it was started with give me a guess. I know you're going to love it. Who do you think first tested this technology?
Israel?
The IDF. Yep. The IDF was the first to use this technology.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. If you want to find me, just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm on YouTube, X, whatever. Yeah, I came off harsh because this deserves to come off harsh. Anyone that is supporting this is supporting the inevitable decline of everything that we hold dear in America. What few civil liberties we have been able to latch on to is they're evaporating before us. And it was a meme to call Trump fascist in 2016. And it's very quickly not becoming a meme. And I think that, the people on the right, it is unfortunate that so many people on the left have called everything fascist because now we're in a position where it's difficult to name it when we see it. And these are fascistic things. Bullying corporations and reneging on contracts so that you can have more state control over and command control over the economy, and that you can support businesses like OpenAI, which have the worst deliverables to the amount of money that have been invested than any other company in human history, but continuously can just get more and more money because investors know that it's protected by the state, despite it being run by a scammer, Sam Altman, who may or may not have murdered one of his former employees, is bad. It's real fucking bad, and you should be paying attention. And you know, the ICE protests are not enough, man. We should be protesting a lot more. That being said, I do think that this is actually about mass surveillance. All of the industry experts agree that automated, non-human, approval weapons targeting systems are most likely not currently available. That is not something that we really have the technology to do currently, though there may be some military secrets we're unaware of. But it is obviously true that mass surveillance using AI on metadata that has been growing since, the early 2000s is absolutely possible. And I can almost guarantee that that's what they're really upset about and what they're really angry about, because they're using AI systems to say, hey, AI, search this database for these 3 things that are connected and see if we can find it. And then it uses that and takes all of your metadata, like your position in your home, your cell phone telemetry data, your GPS location, all of your text messages, all of your emails, every form of private communication, the cameras and the microphones that you think are turned off but aren't actually turned off. And that's the reason why you get a random pause. I like black dildos. I want to purchase black dildos. Big black dildos I would like to purchase. Let's see how many of you get Instagram ads for that now, weirdly enough. And we all know that. We laugh about it. And I think it absolutely is about mass surveillance, and that the autonomous weapon systems is just a future technology red line, and that's not really the issue here. The issue is that they've violated the contract, and now now that they're worried that Dario is going to find out about it, they're trying to strong arm them out, because now they have competitors in xAI, Elon Musk, in OpenAI, Microsoft, and Sam Altman, and in I forgot the other player. There's another player that has a $200 million contract, and so they're going to phase them out. So you should be worried. You should be screaming, but don't do anything too drastic in your home, because the government is watching you.
And the vendor that'll be serving you that sex toy ad will be Black Toy Dildo Emporium.
True.
Black Toy personally tests all of them.
Personally tests every single unit.
Quality control.
Thank you, Fred. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, this has been great, entertaining, and passionate, which I appreciate, although passionate not on my part. Scott and Black Toy enough for the whole panel. But yeah, I do find it interesting.
It's all the meat we eat.
Sure. Yes. I'll have my testosterone levels checked. You want to? We can compare if you want.
Fuck, you're balding. You definitely have more tea than me.
Yeah, that's the only one. But yeah, I do find the conversation interesting in terms of this aspect of fully autonomous drones, which that might be in the pipeline. But I do find it interesting also that it was posted that now xAI is moving in. Do I expect Elon Musk to solve autonomy anytime soon? No. So I think the whole conversation is moot. Or rather, I think maybe in 20, 30, 40 years, okay, or he's going to make that claim for the next 50 years. Well, yeah, the autonomous drones, the fully autonomous drones, they're in the pipeline next year, 6 months from now, for the next few decades. But yeah, all that to say.
That's a good white pill. I like that.
But Black Toy's arguments do not sway me. I still am more or less on the side of Scott, minus the Pete Hegseth flaying and crucifying and feathering.
And
all
the
that
pennies,
stuff.
right?
I didn't say crucify him.
No.
I said flay him,
actually,
tar him, and feather him, and then kill him. I didn't say how we would kill him.
On the pennies part, I cannot engage in hypothetical because Canada phased out the penny. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Eucharist, Doobie, Ali, Scott, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Same here, friend. And would you salt Pete Hegseth like a slug after you skinned him?
I think the symbolism of tarring and feathering is more important than the pain of salting, right? I think we have to recapture the revolutionary spirit and hearken to a time when our forefathers pulled politicians out of their homes and covered them in hot oil and
They
feathers
didn't flay
and
them in
punished them.
America, as far as I know. They didn't flay them.
We didn't flay them. I'm just adding that, right? Because this is extra agree. We've tarred and feathered motherfuckers for a 4%
That's true.
import tax on one product. What the
That's
fuck
very
do you
true.
think George Washington would have done to motherfuckers that were trying to mass surveil and create murder death robots from computers? I think he might skin them. I think I'm on the side of our founding fathers a lot more than most of you fucking Republicans or Democrats.
Oh, what would he have done if he had known you're
What
going
about
to
us
free the
libertarians?
slaves and then have one of them become a the president? So, I don't know. Let's go to our friend Ali. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, I basically, this was a listening panel, just listening to Fabian and Lactoid go at it, a little bit of Eucharist jumping in, and yeah, man, I don't know. Fabian won this one, man. Fabian Gotti came back strong, healthy, rested. The corner was his. I don't see too many good hits on him, man. I don't see no blood, no black eyes. You kind of you're a little deflated over there, just a little bit, And so it's
I feel bad now.
It was
Don't feel
it was a great battle. It was a great battle. Love to see it. But yeah, thanks for having me, Prime. Love Mondays are my favorite, man.
And that makes me really happy. Thank you very much, friend. Doobie, I'm glad to have you, and always happy to know that our politics align even further. Doobie, it's always nice to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
He knows I wish he like said more, but he doesn't do it. I think specifically to spite me.
Sure.
Let's go. And finally, I'm very happy that Eucharist managed to join us. Handling the kids, and like you said, like it's a lot of effort, and like
And kind of the
panels
kids
go on
here
late.
on the panel.
My panels go on late, and he's making the effort, so I do appreciate you. Shout out to you, Eucharist.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I appreciate you continuing to invite me, though I say yes so infrequently. I just want to close out by saying I don't think there's anyone in the world that I trust to make a better decision about what's best for Americans and the world with respect to AI than Pete Hegseth. Just nobody that I have more respect for their judgment, their history of good decision making, having multiple children by 3 different women, getting credibly accused by sexual assault of
Those are all
by at least
positives
one
for
of them.
Lactoid.
Getting completely plastered on a daily basis, probably in the office, leaking signal chats. I just think if anyone had to be in charge of making the decision of how we should best use these incredible, powerful new tools to make our lives better and to make the future a safer place, I'm so glad that it's Pete Hegseth, and I expect him to be on top of his game tomorrow in that meeting to tell Anthropic, you do what we want, or you can't do business in my country, like any good American should. I'm very happy about it. I hope you guys have an excellent evening.
Absolutely. We're going to raid a woman. This one's a Latina, specifically Puerto Rican, it seems.
Switching up your tastes lately.
Switching it up. First of all, I've always loved big booty Latino
Didn't
girls.
Trump ban that?
I
Can
don't
you
know
do
for a
that
fact.
even?
Yeah, I thought they were all deported.
All right.
Puerto Rican Prime. You should rate to an American.
Wait
fuck.
out. Thanks, guys.
All right. Peace
See you
out.
later.
See ya. Thanks for having
Well,
me.
Yeah. Have a good one, friends.
I love Mondays too. Peace.
Love you too, buddy. Bye.
Haha, I get this fucking channel. It's always easier, so I don't have to go into my fucking into my Discord to reset my camera. All right, how y'all doing? How are y'all doing? Got some pretty cool announcements. It's not Mariah. That's Nicki Minaj. The fuck, Mariah Carey? You thought this was? That's racist of you. You thought this was Mariah Carey? What? Do they all look the same to you? You fucking racist. This is Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj. We like Nicki Minaj now, okay? Nicki Minaj has moved up in the world. She has took a stand against communism, which is rare for these Hollywood types. It's true. It's very true. Most of the time, they hold on. I think I got to close out of this. Oh yeah, I'm gonna leave collaboration. All right, we're gonna left the collaboration. Okay, yeah. So big fan, Nicki Minaj. I don't know, she's okay. So announcements for the rest of the week and next week. So this coming Wednesday, we are having a discussion with our good pal, fellow lawman, Ryan Mullally. We're just going to be talking about the state of the law in America. Ryan, as some of you know, is a extraordinarily talented lawyer and debater. He's on the up and up. Recently been participating in some pretty big level debates, including his word war debate. Highly recommend it. It was with Pisco, who definitely is a tough opponent, but I think Ryan just did very well and dominated and had the right strategy. So definitely go check that out. That was a very good performance. And then the next week after that, probably a Monday, I'm guessing, we're going to be at Primes. I always hate to assume, but I mean at this point. And then the Wednesday after that, we're going to be doing a DCS finals debate with Pentuple, or a semifinals, I believe, something along those lines. I am the original, the first grand winner. That will never be taken away. I've confirmed that. I've dominated. I defeated all of my opponents. But there's another one that I'm in. And I'm going up against Pentuple. So hopefully we'll win that one too. And then after that, shit as it comes up. Shit as it comes up. So while I got y'all here, anybody have any probably gonna go to bed pretty soon, but does anybody have any questions, any concerns, any comments? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What else is in the news? Oh, the cartel is going wild right now. Mexican armed forces, I'm said armed forces. I heard it was just like the police, but in Mexico, I'm pretty sure they like a national police. It's a little bit complicated, so I'm just bundling up all of their law enforcement here as armed forces. They killed the leader of the what is it, CJNG, the Cartel de Jalisco Nueve something. I forget what the G stands for, but it is one of the more violent cartels that currently exist within Mexico, and they have control over a lot of different states. Their leader was named El Mencho, Nemiosos El Mencho, which is just I'm sorry, sounds like a bad guy name. Mexican military killed him in a firefight while trying to arrest him, I believe. The massive reprisals across the whole country. The cartel is basically destroying shit, rioting, attacking cops, attacking people. It's awful. And then the second in command apparently was just recently killed. So it's an ongoing conflict. I don't know what's going to happen. Should we go to war with the cartels? I don't know, man. These I hate to get involved in law enforcement in a different country, but these fucking cartels are some other animal. Like, these are crazy. If they control the government in so many places, like what are you supposed to do against an enemy like that? I don't know. So that's uh, part of me wants to though, right? Part of me wants to just be like, oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine like these cartels? They're like, oh, like I'm gonna be killing, we're gonna be killing a bunch of people, and then just like boom, just airstrike their compounds. I hate how responsible we are for their growth. Yeah, the drug war has fueled the cartels, right? What the fuck's going on? Oh, stay in the studio. Stay in the studio. Bu- 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 bu. So maybe we should end the war on drugs. What if we did like a carrot and a stick? We ended the war on drugs and then launched airstrikes in the cartel. We do both. We take away their money, and so we take away the incentive to become part of the cartel. And then we add the stick, which is, hey, if you remain part of this cartel, we come get you. I like it. 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 Later in the end of March, I'm going to be doing I believe at the end of March, I was given a rough time period. Another Ukraine-Russia debate, this time with somebody named Kalinda, who is a Lonerbox mod, and I've already defeated Lonerbox on this topic, and so I don't really know what's going to happen, but apparently she's done a little more reading than other people, so we'll see. From what I've seen, I'm not hearing anything new. We still need to end support for Ukraine, pull back that money, cut taxes with all saving all that dough, but supporting oligarchic Eastern European dictators like Zelensky is not the best idea, not the best way to address world power. So that's going to be later, probably like in a month from now. So that's further down the line, but that'll be fun. I'm looking forward to that. That'll probably be in Wix, I'm guessing. What else is going on? I don't know. Am I missing anything? What do you guys have? Come on, chat. Give me something newsworthy. What happened in the news that I'm missing? Hmm. Mhm. I'm practicing my Russian. Я говорю по-русски. Я хочу по-русски. Здравствуйте, как дела? Добрый день. Okay, you're the guy. You're the guy I go to get my news. Oh shit. Oh shit, homie. Oh shit. I have a question for you guys. It's a genuine question. Is Twitch dying? Because I basically only stream on Twitch, and then I only put videos on YouTube, of course, because you really can't put videos on Twitch. And it's possible through some kind of dual streaming, like it's possible to stream to like every website at once. There's part of me that is thinking about Kick. You better prep for your debate with Pentuple. I will. I just don't know what the topic is. We haven't sorted out a topic. I'm going to prepare. I don't know about dying, but it's hard to see what a future for it looks like. Yeah, I know. So I've been thinking about like, because I have, I believe, unless they deleted it. Kick. I believe I have a, yeah, I have a kick. I made a kick a while ago to preserve the username, Lactoid TV. So I have it. I already got 4 followers, so that's pretty cool. I never stream on there though. So I guess I could stream on Kick and YouTube as well, but I'd have to get one of those multi-streaming services, and I would just multi-stream on like a Kick, YouTube, and potentially X. I've heard Kick is not dead. Am I wrong on that? If I'm wrong on that, I'm wrong on that. My understanding is, they do have some guidelines on Kick, but they're a little bit more lax when it comes to what you can say, which might be kind of fun. Maybe you guys can see some real Lactoid dropping slurs. No, I'm not going to do that. But you know what I'm saying. And then Twitter's or X is going to be pretty lenient. Since he's in Texas, he's doing real constitutional law cases. Sure. Yeah, I'm not underestimating Pentuple. I don't think he. Yeah, I'm would prepare for the debate and I would try. And if he wins, he wins. I mean, I already won the first one. I'm already set. I'm comfortable. I am guarded. I am protected. My title will never be taken. I am the first of all winners. But if I can win this one too, that'd be fun. I'll try. I try. The only streams that I don't really do a lot of preparing for is if it's one of these prime panels where I'm pretty comfortable with the topic. But if it's like a topic I don't know anything about, I'll do some research into it. I see these little victories mean so much to you. Yeah. I mean, I like to keep a track of it. I win so, like, for example, there's this game. I think it's called Warhammer, the definitive edition. I got a lot of wins in that game. So many wins. And there's this guy that I play with. He thinks he's good, but All right, we're gonna raid on out. I appreciate all of you guys so much for all your love and support. And we're going to raid into. We'll give you some Rob Noor. Some Rob Noor. Rob. You should do short reviews of the current SCOTUS. Good night.
Heard be like, no, wait a minute, let's think through this logically. He could